And there it is. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. There it is. Here it is. Here I am. You should be here too. The session commences and your company is required. We're doing that thing again. You know we are because you know that we always do. So we're doing that thing that we do round about this time that we do it. So come, let's do it together. That thing that happens with that Oyo guy. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Water, only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido.
And there it is. That happens once in a while. I do pay for the streaming service. You'll be surprised. But then they say you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. So this StreamYard is something that I'll have to revise because it cannot seem to sustain what we're trying to achieve here. It is a paid for service. You wouldn't know that the way it crashes all the time. It's crashed, so we go again. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Water, only water, only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Failati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there you heard it. The Kegites are Akuko Orun Meiko. So there you heard it from the Kegites. Akuko Orun Meiko. As guys, I bring you this. Breaking court adjourns Nnamdi Kanu's trial till Wednesday. So it's a never-ending story, this Nnamdi Kanu narrative. You know, is either going to yin or yang, so it should just yin or yang in one direction or the other. So they determine this guy's faith and let us move on. but in and out of court all the time. They've adjourned it yet again. That is not to say when the court takes session again, that is not just to adjourn it again, because that's the antecedent, that's the precedence, and that is what has been happening. So the anticipation of an adjournment only to adjourn again, court adjourns NNAMDI KANU'S trial to Wednesday. So if that trial now going to start in full swing in on Wednesday, don't hold your breath, but hold your breath for this. You are the only candidate in your party. PDP's Aliyu campaigns for Osinbajo. So Aliyu Babangida, of course, the person in play here, the former governor of Niger State. So again, the headline, and I think also a cousin of IBB, if memory serves. Again, the headline: you are the only candidate in your party. PDP Aliyu campaigns for Osinbajo. So quite what is in play there, we'll find out in the fullness of. So we find out this in the shortness of why a president rather of Igbo extraction will be nonsense. WIC is the attribution, but who is WIC? Well, you have to wait to find out. But you don't have to wait to find out what they are saying. At least the headline: why a president of Igbo extraction will be nonsense. So quite why? Because we all have our reasons why it would be, but what reasons they are adducing, we find out in the fullness of it. So now we want as a politics and lifestyle platform, but we don't often bring lifestyle, but we are bringing it slowly now, and with this we bring even more of it. Wife sues husband in Gombe for biting her during a quarrel. So that opens up that space of the spat between husband and wife, and it can get extremely vicious in that space, by the way. Anybody that has had any experience, well, not a lot of people have had that experience, but it is not uncommon that the battle between husband and wife can get somewhat spiraling out of control, especially when it's an acrimonious relationship. This is certainly acrimony. Wife sues husband in Gombe for biting her during a quarrel. So quite what that is all about, we'll find out shortly. Monfa to be remanded at Ikoyi prison for not meeting bail conditions. So this is a guy now that goes parading himself as a multi-billionaire wanting to keep up with the Joneses. The Joneses being hush puppy who is cooling his heels in some prison in America somewhere. So now he, equally now, not to be outdone, cools his heels. Monfa to be remanded at Ikoyi prisons for not meeting bail conditions. So there it is right there. I don't know why that guy was not in jail prior, spending all of his time fighting with Bobrisky rather than just keeping his head down and hiding away. I will land on this. If you fail to get PVC, your faith, overall well-being will be determined by poorly educated and illiterate members of society. Bauchi governor's son warns. So setting aside the yam head that is making this headline, but to the substance of what he has to say. Because this speaks to all of us, really. This is the story of all of us. But I will get into that in a moment. But again, the headline: if you fail to get PVC, your faith, overall well-being will be determined by poorly educated and illiterate members of society. Bauchi governor's son warns. So quite what that warning is and who should be heeding it, we'll find out in the fullness of. So plenty and plenty to find out either in the fullness or shortness of, but either or neither in the fullness or shortness of, nothing will happen until we come in via what is tradition, the eastern quarters. But where are we going to come in from? From the eastern quarters this time around. Well, he is in court and he is their savior. Holy, holy.
Another savior. Holy, 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 holy. Another savior. Another savior. Holy, 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 holy.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 holy. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyomadika yabika kokwana mnoa. Hey, anamekele mazucheme. It's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 NNAMDI is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 NNAMDI is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 holy. Now, holy, 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 NNAMDI is another Savior. Holy, holy, get him every holy, holy, never freedom is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 NNAMDI is another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 holy,
So you heard it here first. Holy, 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 NNAMDI is their mother's savior. So holy, 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 NNAMDI is their mother's savior. As guys, I bring you this. Court adjourns NNAMDI's trial to Wednesday. The Federal High Court in Abuja has adjourned the trial of the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, NNAMDI Kanu, to Wednesday. The case was adjourned by the court to enable Kanu to take his plea on the new counts in the charge. The court also directed Kanu to meet with his lawyers inside the courtroom for some minutes before going into the custody of the Department of State Services. Ifeanyi Ejiofor, lead counsel for Kanu, had unveiled Chief Mike Ozokome, SAN, as the leader of the Defense Council. Kanu had appeared before Justice Binta Nyako to answer to 15-count charge leveled against him by the Nigerian government. The IPOB leader had arrived at the court at 7 a.m. amidst heightened security. It had been reported that security agents were asking for clearance before they allowed journalists and other lawyers to move closer to the court premises. Correspondents had also reported that some supporters of KANU engaged in a physical battle with members of security operatives at the Federal High Court in Abuja. So there you have it. It's just thankfully Showore was not there making a nuisance of himself this time around. I think the beating he got the last time taught him the lesson that he needed to learn. But this continuous and endless adjournment of this kind of narrative now is something that is starting to rankle somewhat, and this thing needs to be birthed wherever it needs to birth, because that ship now needs to dock. So dock the KANU ship and stop the adjournments. If you're going to jail the fella, jail him. If you're going to set him free, but do one or the other. Don't shakala shokolo, because it is now starting to become a bit of a bore. This also, this certainly, though not getting boring, just starting actually, you are the only candidate in your party. PDP's Aliyu campaigns for Shibandu. Former governor of Niger State, Muazu Babangida Aliyu, has campaigned for Vice President Yemi Osinbajo. Former governor of Niger State, Muazu Babangida Aliyu, has campaigned for Vice President Yemi Osinbajo ahead of the 2023 presidential election. Correspondents report that Aliyu is a chieftain of the People's Democratic Party PDP, whilst Osinbajo is of the All Progressive Congress APC. Speaking on Tuesday at the ongoing 2022 annual lecture of the Sir Ahmedu Bello Memorial Foundation in Kano, Aliyu said Osinbajo is the best candidate for the ruling party. The former governor added that Osinbajo is the only candidate that knows the country and has the acceptance of everyone across the country, regardless of tribe or religion. Mr. Vice President, do you know you are the best candidate in your party? He asked. Speaking further, Aliyu said Nigerians will not allow any riffraff or money bags to succeed President Muhammad Buhari in 2023, even if they bring all the money in the world. No matter how much money he has, let him bring the money and we will collect it, he said. I think we all know who he's referencing. So almost certainly seems as though these two elements, Osinbajo and this character, have found themselves in the same event, and he now gushing and bootlicking the Vice President, Yemi Osinbajo. So these Babangida Aliyu, we've come across him before under the Goodluck Jonathan dispensation, and he was one of the arrowheads of treachery that ushered Jonathan out of governance, always double talking during Jonathan's time then and still this time now. Why a president of Igbo extraction will be a nonsense? WIC, so I teased you enough, so now we find out exactly who WIC is and why they're saying this. A Houston-based socio-political organization, World Igbo Congress, so that is what WIC means. So a Houston-based socio-political organization, a Houston-based socio-political organization, World Igbo Congress, WIC, on Tuesday, said if the government continues to disregard restructuring in Nigeria, retaining a president of Igbo extraction is a nonsense. So that's what they are predicating it upon. Okay, so in a tweet on its known handle, WIC argued that taking into consideration the nation's present makeup, it cannot survive even if an Igbo man or woman emerges president in 2023. Okay, let's see. If Nigeria is not restructured for regional autonomy to enable efficient governance, retaining a president of Igbo extraction is a nonsense. We might as well go our separate ways. Nigeria cannot survive as presently constituted, regardless of the next president's origin, WIC said. Correspondents report that agitations around restructuring the federation. Correspondents report that agitations around restructuring the federation is taking on a renewed urgency in Nigeria today. Prior to the 2015 presidential election, when the ruling All Progressive Congress APC was an opposition party seeking to upstage the then government of the People's Democratic Party PDP, one of its main campaign promises, amongst others, was the restructuring of the country, something many Nigerians had been clamoring for. The promises, for all its intents and purposes, sat well with Nigerians, especially as the APC made it a point of duty to climb the podium at every point in time to assure Nigerians that once it is voted into power, the issue of restructuring will be one of the first things it will tackle. However, the Mohammed Buhari administration has often rejected calls for restructuring. So there you have it. And that promise again will be made. I guarantee you now. That promise again will be made in the course of this upcoming campaign. So every leading presidential candidate, at least one of the leading presidents, I'm pretty certain that that's going to be the cornerstone of Atiku's campaign, restructuring. But then, of course, we all know that that is only ever a campaign tool. But there you have it. But the Easterners will have it that you just keep your presidency. If it's under this structure, it is irrelevant who the president of Nigeria is. And I, for one, concur with that sentiment. It is not really the president or no president, it is the structure. It is the structure of the country. The structure of the country is a failure. And if the country is if the country rather is properly structured, nobody will give a hoot who the president is because the function of the country is already institutionalized. But there it is, a total nonsense according to the Eastern quarters. So from that, let's take a pit stop, a break away from politics a little bit. Wife sues husband in Gombe for biting her during a quarrel. A Nigerian woman, Lawiza Mwazu, it's a funny thing. Nigeria is not one country. We say that often. So now, a Yoruba man called Tunde called Bayo, an Igbo man called Uchenna Okechukwu. What relationship on earth would a person like that or people like those have with somebody called Lawiza Mauzu? There's just no correlation. It might as well be called Ni Hao Hun. It might as well be a Chinaman, a Chinese woman. There's just no correlation between a name like that and a name like Bayo or Bade. What is that to do with a Yoruba person? And they claim that we're both Nigerians. A Nigerian woman, Lawiza Mauzu, has dragged her husband, Alhaji Mauzu, before the Chief Magistrate Court sitting in Unguwa Idi, Gombe State, over claims of domestic violence. Lawiza, in the court documents, accused her husband of biting her whilst they were quarreling. She also alleged that her husband beats her regularly when they have misunderstandings. The latest quarrel we had was when I refused to cook food for the house. My action was as a result of non-provision of firewood or charcoal by him. When he beat me for the first time, I went home, but my father asked me to go back. My husband later resorted to biting me. My yeah, you just don't know how to digest this sort of commentary. Because what do you even laugh or do you just scratch your head? Is the thing. When he beat me for the first time, I went home, but my father asked me to go back. My husband later resorted to biting me after the beating. He would bite my fingers for refusing to cook food. She therefore asked the court to dissolve her marriage with Mauzu, saying she could no longer tolerate him. The husband denied biting and beating Louisa. So let me just pause there for a moment. There's still a couple more paragraphs to read out. But let me just pause there for a moment. The husband denied biting and beating Louisa. You see, there are certain things, that is said, and the thing that is being described is so peculiar that it cannot be anything but true. So the woman says the husband beats her and then bites her, So that is quite specific. If she was lying, she would just say the husband beats her and she cannot tolerate that. But if she says he beats her and then bites her, that biting in itself is so specific, it has to be something that he does. Because it's just not a lie that will come readily to mind that he beats me. So he's always beating me is enough of an argument to present. But then to say he beats and bites, that then tells you categorically that he does do that, because there's no reason for her to add that other than if it was happening. So this is what they do in Gobiwe State. They bite their wives. The husband denied biting her and beating. The husband denied biting and beating Louisa. She refused to cook for 1 week, which contravened the gentleman's agreement with my two wives. She refused to cook for 1 week, which contravened the gentleman's agreement that my two wives will serve food to the house on their cooking days, he said. Muazu explained that as a result of that, the co-wife Jumia, Jummai, Jumai, refused to give Louisa the food she prepared. In protest of not being served by her co-wife, Louisa got hold of me, demanding for her rights. She put her hands in my pocket, trying to remove money by force. It was as a result of that quarrel. It was as a result of it that quarrel ensued between us, but I never beat her, Mwazu added. So there it is right there. It's just the totality and entirety a ridiculousness. This even more or at least equally as egregious. Monfa to be remanded at Ikoyi prison for not meeting bail conditions. So there are certain there are new and psychedelic ways to describe an unemployed person in this day and age that we live in now. So, of no fixed known source of income, but they have all these elegant, flowery descriptions for somebody of no known fixed source of income. Here is one of them. Social media celebrity Ismaila Mustafa, also known as Mumfa, on Tuesday opted to be remanded at the Ikoyi Correctional Center in Lagos following his inability to meet the bail conditions imposed by an Ikeja Special Offences Court. So, just before we get deep into it, social media celebrity now is a job in itself. And it is a job in itself because, of course, people, these people, this one is a fraudster, we know, but a social media celebrity, an authentic one, will make 1,000 times the income of a doctor even in a month. So, but this is the space we now live in. Social media celebrity Ismaila Mustafa, also known as Mumfa, on Tuesday opted to be remanded at the Ikoyi Correctional Center in Lagos following his inability to meet the bail conditions imposed by an Ikeja Special Offences Court. Mumfa and his company Ismalob Global Investment Limited were arraigned by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission EFCC over alleged 6 billion naira fraud on January the 12th. The 8-count charges are conspiracy to launder funds obtained through unlawful activity and laundering of funds obtained through unlawful activity. Others are retention of proceeds of criminal conduct, use of property derived from unlawful act, possession of document containing false pretense, and failure to disclose assets and properties. So disclose assets and properties to whom is the question. It's not an elected official, and I'm not quite sure that anybody is required to declare anything to anybody. So failure to disclose assets and property to whom. Uh, he was earlier remanded in the custody of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) after the January 12 proceedings, and the court had fixed January 18 to hear his bail application. Justice Mojisola Dada, at the resumption of proceedings on Tuesday, after hearing the submission of defense counsel Boyega Oyewole and EFCC prosecutor Rotimi Oyedepo, granted Monfa bail in very strong terms. The applicant is granted bail in the sum of 200 million naira with two sureties in like sum. One of the sureties must have property worth 100 million within the jurisdiction of this honorable court. Both sureties must depose both sureties must depose to an affidavit of means to allow the placement of a lien in their respective bank accounts. Both sureties must be gainfully employed and resident within the jurisdiction of the court. The sureties must provide. So let me just pause there for a moment, because this is reading like Showore's bail conditions. So if they are going to grant bail, then they grant bail. But if they are not going to grant bail, then just detain that person in custody. Don't set bail conditions that are so stringent that it's near impossible and tantamount to just retaining that guy in custody. So look at what they're asking the guy to provide. So his bail, they grant him bail to the sum of 200 million with two sureties in like sum. So that makes 600 million. One of the sureties must have property valued at 100 million. So that makes 700 million within the jurisdiction of the honorable court. Both sureties must depose to an affidavit. Both sureties must depose to an affidavit of means to allow the placement of a lien in their respective bank accounts. Both sureties must be gainfully employed and resident within the jurisdiction of the court. So it's just a ridiculousness. So they want to now attach your bank account, attach your property, attach his money, just for reasons of granting him bail. So just lock him up. If you don't want to give him bail, then say you don't want to give him bail. The sureties must provide proof of tax payment for the past. They don't want to grant him bail, just say that. The sureties must provide proof of tax payment for the past 3 years. The applicant shall, however, be remanded in a correctional center of his choice pending the perfection of his bail, Justice Dada said. Monfa, after consultation with his legal team, opted to be remanded at the Ikoyi Correctional Center. The case was adjourned until March the 28th, 29th, and April the 4th, 5th, and 6th for commencement of trial. So if you are ever looking for Monfa, you know where to find him, at least until mid-April. So there it is right there. So we land finally on this one, then we come in to see if there's anybody there to take it on. If you fail to get PVC, your faith, overall well-being will be determined by poorly educated and illiterate members of society, Bauchi governor's son warns. Abdullahi Mohammed, the son of Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed, has joined the growing voices urging Nigerians to get their PVC ahead of the 2023 general elections. Taking to his Instagram on Tuesday, Abdullahi shared a list of poorly educated and illiterate Nigerians like almajiris, tomato and sugarcane sellers who have their voters card. According to him, if educated Nigerians don't heed to the advice to get their PVCs, then their faith and overall well-being will be determined by these misinformed members of society. Last, if you don't heed to this advice, your fate, destiny, and overall well-being will be determined by poorly educated, misinformed, and illiterate members of society, he wrote. Be the change you wish to see. It starts with you. Complaining and insulting people on social media has never and will never work, he added. So I'm not quite sure if that last bit stands to reason, but because the pressure of social media does affect change. So now let's now see what tweet is put out. So this is him now. These are his words now from his Twitter space. Amajeri has PVC. My Shayi has a PVC. My Barrow has a PVC. My Debino has a PVC. My Goro has a PVC. Gateman has a PVC. Onion and tomato seller have a PVC. Shoe shiner has a PVC. Sugarcane seller has a PVC. Bus driver slash conductor has a PVC. Motor park agbero have PVC. You, a student or a graduate with BSc or MSc holder, with all your education and exposure, still don't have PVC. The worst thing is that you even try to justify why you don't have one. My vote won't count. For the sake of those who paid your school fees and fed you through school, please don't make all your education slash exposure useless with statements like that. If votes don't count, politicians won't bribe and pay people to uh to vote for them. Go and get your PVC. Last, if you fail to heed this advice, your fate and destiny and overall well-being will be determined by poorly educated, misinformed, and illiterate members of your society. Be the change you wish to see. It starts with you. Complaining or insulting people on social media has never and will never work. So this is what the Aboki has tweeted out. So what are you making then of that of those words by this rent for hire Omamala? So the words of Omamala, but let's hear an Omo Yoruba counter that. DOG, I see you. Solly, I see you. Ajanle Koko, I see you. And Tony, I see you. So good to see you all, gentlemen. So the Omamala speaks. What says you, DOG? What are you making then of the words of this son of Aboki from Bauchi State? What are you making of that? Be the change you want to see. So says the Aboki. What says you, DOG?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. He has a point to some extent. Obviously, votes still count, and if everybody stand up for their votes, like they did in is it Anambra recently, where everybody really stood there, because that's another thing, and that is boils back to what we were saying yesterday about Showore. If you build momentum and you really change the narrative and sensitize people, people will know they can stand up for their votes. And once that is really glaring to people, and everybody knows that, wow, we went to that polling booth, everybody there was voting for one man. We went to
Do
that
you have a
polling.
PVC? Do you have a PVC?
Myself?
Yes.
No.
Neither do I. Carry
No.
on. Yeah.
Yeah. So, which is more reason we are talking about sensitizing all these people that really vote, which are the market people, the traders, and all these people. So, as I was saying, if everybody comes and we know that, oh, in that polling booth, everybody there said is this person they are voting for, and everybody keeps shouting about it everywhere. That it's hard to take those votes and say, oh, some people went to mix another another ballot paper or votes casted with it to now say, okay, is another person that won, because it's so glaring that it was just like the MKO Abiola period. It's hard to rig that vote. You can't dare rig it because it was just glaring that everybody wants Abiola. That's what I could just say about that. So the guy
The
is
guy,
kind of right.
he has a lot of. I think he's largely right, even though not completely right, because you cannot say
Yes, yeah.
somebody from
Mhm,
Gombe
mhm,
is
mhm.
right on any. Or is it Bauchi? Yes, no difference. You cannot say he's really
Mm.
right. What does he know about? But he is right though, because he is right that the tomato seller will have their PVC, because that PVC is a work tool for them. It's an investment that brings an income. And
Of course.
he is also right that this intelligentsia, this middle class that print and peacock and blow grammar, if 1% of them will have PVCs, I'll be surprised. They never, in fact, they barricade themselves indoors during the election and put
Yeah, I said it yesterday.
double may guard. They don't go out. They don't
They
want to
don't
come
go
in
out on election
near
day,
their house. And then when
and they
they
are the
end up with
ones.
somebody like Buhari,
They are the ones that
they
wait
start to
for.
lament.
They are the ones that wait for the news on TV to say who won.
What do you mean they? It's we really, isn't it? Because you and I, we don't have PVC, do we? It's we. We are the ones. We
No,
are the real. There's a guy, Ola,
obviously,
that comes here that says the
I
middle
know
class.
I won't be. I won't be in Nigeria when they will do the election. So it's we. I agree because
Mm,
I remember back in the days. Truly, I know a lot of people that just stay indoor,
mm,
and it still goes back to what we were saying yesterday. It's because most people are even scared. They don't know what will happen at the polling booth. Thugs might come and start beating people.
mm.
I remember Babade Dibu days. They will come beat people, machete
What do you
people.
mean you
People will
remember?
run.
Were you not part of it? You were part of it now? Is that not your setup? You think I don't? We know now, eh?
Everybody will run. Everybody
Mm,
will run for their life. So people have learned their lesson, and that's what I said yesterday. That even most Nigerians, revolution is hard because most people are scared of their life. Revolution is easy where people are ready to die. People can come out and fight. They will arrest you where everybody will come out, shoot us, kill us. So if that is not happening,
there's you know, Ola, of course, that comes here. That is one of his things that he chants the most. That the biggest culprit in Nigeria is the middle class, because they talk a lot. The change in that country is in their hands, but they're too timid and cowardly. They cower
of
indoors,
course, yeah.
and then they lament and complain, talking grammar, and
It's very, Ola is very right because that's just the case. And I just think this issue of Nigeria, it is everybody knows what is going on. It is only if you want to lie to ourselves. We know some people are not that enlightened to understand their right, what they could do, and all that. But I just still think we mostly all know what the problem is. People are scared of their life, and I said it yesterday again. Like if they say petrol is 2,500 today, woman, there might be strike. People will get tired that there is strike for the fuel to go down. When government say, okay, we bring it from 2.5 to 1.9, they will accept. If I used to buy yam of 3 tubers, I will buy one. If I used to buy 1 Congo of rice, I will buy 3 cups of rice. Nigerians can really manage and cut their coat according to that. Even if they are suffering to the core, they can't fight back for too long. They'll rather adjust to the situation and cut their coat.
what do you think it will take to for Nigerians to find that fight in them, or do they just not have fight in them at all?
And it's the things we were talking about, like people like Shower. If he had concentrated on forming alliance,
No, it's not even
start educate.
Showore, because the people have to be ready. and they have to be pushed
those are
to the
the thing. He has the charge, and we need to make the people ready. That's where sensitization, educating people, creating programs where you can even assist people with financial support to do their business. And it's still in the party forum, but all those programs, you start enlightening people, people will start saying, yeah, this guy, and they will believe in you. Bit by bit, you will gather momentum. Bit by bit, you will be covering spaces. And like, is it Rational Mind that said something about you have to be a bit dirty with politics, which is true. You have to be kind of dirty in a way, not dirty in a bad way, but there's a way you can be dirty just to.
But do you not have to be dirty in a bad way to play
There's a
Nigerian
way you cannot
politics?
be dirty in a bad way. If you have, it all boils down
My
to
brother, dirty
at the
is
long
dirty.
run.
Hold on,
At the
Tony.
long run,
Hold on, OJ.
at the long
Hold on.
run, I
When I
think.
say hold on, then just hold on because I want to. You've landed on a point that I wanted to interact with you on. So when I say hold on,
Okay.
you just don't steamroll through. Just hold on so that the conversation flows.
Okay.
I was going to say I've lost what I wanted to say. Carry on, yeah.
You were saying, is there a way to be dirty and not be in a bad
Yeah,
way?
no, I was going to say that is it possible for anybody to hold any position of meaning in politics in Nigeria, any position of meaning in politics in Nigeria and not have taken a life?
Taking a life.
Yes, taken a life.
Um,
Either through sending his
it might
talks,
not be.
either
It
through
might not be
sending his yeah.
directly, but it's most times even happen directly, and there's where the issues of even godfatherism comes in. Some people are there; they want to back you up. That's why we really need to flush all these guys out. If you come in a way, that's why I said dirty can be in a good way. Your intention is what counted. My dirty that I'm talking about is not about you murdering people that are going to be against you. But this likes of politicians we have in Nigeria now is do or die affair for them. They are not ready to sensitize anybody. They just want to grab the power by force, which is another problem, which is why most people are scared. And they have all the thugs, everything. Like, for example, NSAS, there were some people coming out from luxurious jeeps, buses that were thugs, cantering and fighting people protesting. They are paid by all these they are paid by all these top people. They didn't just start.
Sorry, carry on. Yeah.
Okay, they didn't just start coming from nowhere. Do you want to tell me an Agbero has a Lexus Jeep of 70 million and is dressed and coming with his boys like that? It's not possible. So they were being.
You see, the point I was trying to make was that when I say, is it possible for somebody to hold any position of meaning in politics in Nigeria without having taken a life, that's not to say the person will go out and shoot somebody. No. But there have been instances where they killed their political rivals. I think we've had that. Even this now, your Jagaban, there was one guy called Fatai Williams or something. There's a lot of
Yeah,
allegations around that,
yeah.
But the thuggery, when they sent their thugs out to go and clash or to go and savage, it's not, they're not going to just go and throw punches, so they are going with guns and knives, and lives will be lost, at your instructions. So a lot of that, there's a lot of blood.
That's why I said that's
yeah.
where the indirectly or directly might come.
Yeah.
And sometimes you, as the aspirant, might not be the one even sending people to kill people or sending the thugs out. It's all these godfathers. Adedibu says he wants somebody to be governor. It's not the person that wants to be governor that is strategizing for some people that would not make that dream come true to go and kill them or tackle them. It's Babade Dibu himself that will send thug, and you, as the loyal boy, just like most people are loyal to Tinubu now, you are just following what Baba is saying. That's why I say it can be indirect or indirect, which is why we need to flush all of them out. And the only way to flush out that is for people to come in now and start building the momentum. And that's where
I disagree with you there. There's no way that we will see thugs going out to rattle opponent of a particular candidate without the knowledge of the candidate, because when they want to carry out such action, they get paid for it, and there's no way.
That's why I said sometimes it's not directly the
that
candidate. Sometimes it's the godfathers.
No, it's not. It's candidate.
It's not all the time. It's not all the time, sir.
Hold
That's
on.
why I told you last night.
Hold on.
Okay.
Candidates, we pay them money for that. How are they going to do it? They have their leader who will coordinate them. They have leader among those talks that how they're going to coordinate it is a different thing entirely. But candidate must surely pay for the service. So there is no way they want to carry out such thing without the knowledge of the candidate, because they must get paid before they carry out that attack. So if they go and carry out attack for the candidate without his knowledge and he wins the election, how would they get paid? What is going to be their benefit? No, you
see what? Yeah. You see what you are saying. There are some candidates that does that. There are some candidates, they have the money, but they don't even know what they are using the money. They are just spending money. They are not the one giving directly the money. For example, that's why I cite the example of Babangida. Babangida will sit down in Molete there. He has the control and key of every Aya killer in every corner in Oyo State. If he wants to kill anybody, he will kill anybody. His own is to achieve it. It's just like this guy calling himself the kingmaker, Tinubu. Tinubu will do a lot of things for the like of Fashola to be something without Fashola knowing about it. He is just making the move. That's why he was able to come out and call himself the kingmaker. Just Babangida is a kingmaker. If we look back at it, that's who he is too. He's a kingmaker. That's why he now say, "Oh, a kingmaker too can be a king." Because he has the weapon. I have what it takes. If I can make people king, I can be king. Innit? So that's what I'm trying to say. Like, sometimes some of those candidates don't know what they are doing, but the godfathers, the people in the party leading the party, because they need to achieve that goal, they are just supporting. Probably the person just asks credit.
Are you saying they keep that,
people will like this guy to vote for him, but the people that wants to tackle them, that will make them achieve it, the opponent party, all those godfathers go behind and strategize. You will just hear this thing happen. It happens. The person might not know anything about it. Some people know about it. If some people are rascal enough to connive with godfathers, they might even go to...
Hold on. I do not buy fully. I'm sort of halfway between what you're saying and what Ajanle Koko just said. I agree that some godfathers will want to try to keep the candidates clean and do the dirty work behind the scene. But the candidate cannot pretend not to be aware that these things are being done. When he hears that the candidate B, his men have been attacked, 3 dead, he's not thinking that they were attacked by armed robbers. He knows that they were attacked.
Of course, that's what I'm saying.
By his own party. Yeah, so
that's what if you listen to what I said, I agree with what he's saying, but sometimes, not like they have a hand in it, but if it happens, they know where it's coming from. And that's where, even being the godfather and the kingmaker, you can't even challenge it. You just be quiet.
To my original question then, is it possible for anybody to hold any significant political office in Nigeria without spilling blood? Either directly.
That's why I said it's mostly impossible, but it can be indirect and it can be direct.
All right, brilliant. Well said, D. So let me take you from there to this. Should we take a light-hearted one? Let's take a light-hearted one. Woman sues husband in Gombe for biting her during a quarrel. So biting during a quarrel between husband and wife is not
It should be the
uncommon.
wife.
But it should be it's usually the other. I've never, I've never heard the husband biting the wife in a fight before. But apparently in Gombe, that seems to be the regard. Yeah, what are you making of that? And that woman is not lying because
When you were
that's
say,
just
when
yeah, yeah,
you
yeah.
started giving us that, I was thinking, it should be the wife biting the husband because he can't actually handle the husband. But sometimes some men are just crazy. It
Mm,
makes me remember one of my classmates. This
mm,
guy, he only fight girls. And when you are trying to hold him, the way you'll be thinking, this guy, you're just fighting the guy, you are doing all your muscles like this.
mm,
That kind of guy, if you fight with his wife, he can bite his wife.
yeah.
So
You,
it's quite
you,
funny
you,
that a
you,
man
it just put me in
that
mind that most relationships is when it gets to I won't say most, but some relationships when it gets to a certain thing, it becomes like a more. They say it's a love-hate relationship, but it's a more hate than love relationship. Some people they are stuck in relationships that both parties would want to come out of, but they don't know how to come out of it, and it then gets spiraled into this sort of biting and scratching. But what do you
yeah,
make of that?
I think
Yeah.
when it comes to relationship these
Mm.
days, I've always said it to people. Relationship, most people got themselves involved with their partner, their husband, their wives. Sometimes because of pressure of get married. Sometimes because of pressure of they are looking, all my friends are married, just for wrong reasons. And it's really hard.
Just to
Loving,
digress, just to hold you a little bit,
yeah.
when does that pressure come in? Can you put an age tag to that pressure?
If you are fortunate enough to be educated, once you graduate and start working,
That's when the
some
pressure
people,
starts. Yeah.
even by the time they are going to university, they'll be telling them, make sure you bring a wife home by the time you graduate, or that kind of thing. So
Mm.
that pressure is too much. Then a lot of people too don't even know what they want. So most people choose for the wrong reason, and love alone is not in love. And where the problems start coming in is because if you choose for the wrong reason, it obviously will fade off. So when the challenges start coming, because definitely no matter what you do in this life, there will always be challenges. It's now hard to hold on, so that annoyance, like, what am I doing with this person, keeps bringing the quarrel because they are not happy again. That thing has fade off. But if you choose for the right reason, there will be will to withstand the challenges that life will throw to you. There is nobody that is married today that can say, oh, there is no challenges. But once a woman have choose this man for the wrong reason, once those challenges start coming, it will blindfold you of that reason because that reason is nothing to compare to what life will throw at you. Is now hard to continue. That's where the problem starts. So the thing will fade off. So some people, and the thing again is people see divorce and going their separate ways like an abomination in
Yes,
In Nigeria.
that's where I was going to. People the relationship has run its course, but they know you as Mister X or husband of Mrs. X, and they know
Yeah.
Mrs. X as wife of Mister X. And it's just
Mm.
keeping up appearances because they don't want to have to handle the public opprobrium. So they continue to pretend, even though they not only not love each other anymore, they actually hate each other. There's a lot of relationships like that they're just they're both prisoners in the relationship essentially.
Yeah, then again, I know this family. I don't want to mention their name. They are a very
Mm.
popular family and they are well to do. They were not talking to each other inside the house for years and nobody knew in the neighborhood. They will come out of the same house, go to their work. You will even see the husband on TV, see them like that. Until one day, my dad had to go and help them settle the quarrel. And that's when he came and said, can you believe? Because the son came to report them to my dad. That can you believe these people have not been talking to themselves? Apparently, they've been living inside the same house for 2 years and not talking to each other. And you think about
it. This is it.
so that makes you
God.
wonder, like,
The moment
what's
your wife says
what
to you,
is
know that you are in trouble.
Wala today, So yeah, so to me, I just think marriage, courting, being with somebody else because you are both coming from different background,
Do you
you
think
have to
cheating?
adjust.
Do you think cheating is sufficient enough to break up a relationship?
It can, depending on who is cheating and the kind of person the other partner is.
Mm.
Sometimes some women will even say, maybe if you cheat, it will come back home to me. They won't
But
want to
is
complain.
that not the general surrender of the Nigerian woman
That's
and
when
the
you surrender.
African
That's why I
woman
say it
and the black
depends.
woman? Yeah,
That's
yeah.
why I say it depends on who you are dating. If you
Mm,
date a very principled woman,
mm.
some women they don't even want to catch you once that you cheat. That is over. They are gone. No matter how
Is the average Nigerian woman surrendered to the expectation that the husband would cheat?
100% they believe a
Yeah.
man must cheat. Yeah, it's some, and it's quite sad. Like, and that is why I think it's hard to even change that mindset, and it gives men some kind of, I don't know, stupid idea that is normal. It makes it look like
Do
it's
you think
normal.
a Yoruba man has the capacity to be faithful in a relationship? I'm narrowing it
100%.
down. A Yoruba
I'm a
man.
I'm a Yoruba man. I'm faithful.
It's okay to shut your mouth. What are you talking? You think we don't know? Well, you know the one camped in an hotel just yesterday. Eh?
Yeah, I'm in the
Eh?
hotel. I'm not with any woman. I'm working now. I'm in Portsmouth.
Ah,
I'm in Portsmouth in
look
another
at this
hotel.
guy. Look at this guy. Eh? Eh?
you know.
Eh?
So yeah, to be honest, you can be, and I think it's not. It dep- I think your mindset, what you involve yourself with, the kind of people you involve yourself with. Some people are easily distracted, and some complaints can disorientate you, even if you want to try, because obviously temptation comes, but sometimes it's easy to fight it if you are a bit principled. And if your temptation is coming, you're not that principled, and you now have company that can actually disorientate you, it's
Mm.
easy. One guy invited me to a bar one day. That's how one Nigerian Egmo in London was saying, the bros has like maybe like three wives everywhere in every corner of London with
Mm.
kids. He was just saying things like, me and that guy just started looking at ourselves. If you stay here too much, these people will imbibe ideas in your head that you
Mm.
don't want to keep in your head. We had to leave that bar because the way the man was saying things, we
Was
just
he being boastful about it? Was he
and it was,
boasting?
yeah, and that's the thing. People would come out some, and most Nigerians don't even know if you go behind, even if you've not met the concubine outside or the person you want to cheat with, you are just chatting with a woman. They don't know is actually cheating. You are already cheating if you are talking to somebody else with that, having that intention in mind. If I have a wife,
Do you think cheating is physical, mental, or both?
it's both.
Do you understand what I mean?
Um, I think I get
Okay,
what you mean.
yeah. So is it cheating just having just an adult? Let's just use the language. Is cheating just
Mm.
having sex with some woman just for the function of it, but you don't really you are not vested emotionally, or is cheating having emotional feelings towards somebody, or is it both?
It's both because you might not have emotion, you are cheating.
Hmm.
That thing might turn to pregnancy. That alone, if it happens, and if you now meet you now have a mad person you are cheating with that say, "Oh, I'm not gonna abort this, abort this pregnancy." And there are some women that are even crazy. That's how your home will break. They will go and meet your wife. And I've seen people go to people's girlfriend Do you know he slept in my house yesterday? In Sainsbury one day, a girl went to another girl to say, do you know are you not somebody's girlfriend? Oh, he slept in my house yesterday. We share him together. You know, that kind of thing. Some
Is this
women are
black
that.
people? That sounds like a black thing. Is this black
Yeah, they are.
people?
Yeah, they are black babes.
Of
They are.
course, that is
One of them
usually
is
black. It is
even.
black
One
people
of
that,
them is even from Nigerian parents.
of course,
You
yes.
know. So yeah, that is the point. You just mess yourself up and mess. If you now even have a good home and a good wife, that's it. I have somebody now. I won't mention him. I have somebody that called me about September. He's married. This guy hands about 30 grand sometimes because he's a consultant. About 30 grand sometimes in a month. And he's a very young guy. This guy cheats, then he was trying to cheat, then he went to pick Wala. They've not even done anything. That one called police that he had raped him.
Mm.
The funny thing is, when he was at the police station, he had to call the wife to go and
Oh
pick the
God,
car at
oh
the
God,
hotel that he went
God.
to cheat.
Eh,
You know?
Jesus.
So see the problem you've put in your own house. So obviously your wife can't trust you anymore. That little problem can destabilize your family for years. It might even end the family. But people don't see that picture until it happens. They just focus on what they want to do. But if you can think that far and reason all these things, sometimes it makes you push back a bit like, oh, no, I don't want to lose this woman. Because
Mm.
it's hard to find a good woman. Even the Bible said, he who finds a good wife has found a good thing, which is true. So if you have a good woman and you want go and use your own hand to bring trouble by
Mm.
yourself, it's hard. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Let's get back to the politics of it. Why a president of Igbo extraction is a nonsense. So it's not even me saying this. It's not Mukhtar saying this. It's them in the East saying this. That this clamor for an Igbo presidency is a total nonsense under the configuration that Nigeria has at the moment. The country is meaningless. So therefore, having an Igbo president has no meaning. So the country has to first be recalibrated for any president or anything to have any impact. That's the argument of this Houston-based Igbo social political group. So, but do you concur with their narrative?
For me, a lot of people have been saying on this platform several times, even Ajani Kuko have said this several times, that it actually doesn't even really make sense when we factor in tribe and what culture and what religion should be president. We just want somebody that is best, somebody that would do well, somebody that would impress us, somebody that we can see our country and be proud, like, yes, that's my country. So all this, whether it's Igbo, to be honest, whether it's an Hausa, whether it's a Yoruba man, and I think we are getting to that point, which is actually, we can see from the parties to now, people, all these zoning is turning to problem now. People are even now saying, if I'm competent, I'm competent. What is zoning? What is this? But because that's what these people have been doing, it's hard to change it. But for me, I don't think we should really even factor all those things to who rules or who doesn't rule. We are all Nigerians. Like for me, I still want one Nigeria. Even it's sad that everyday things happen and gives you the idea of we think it's better we just go our separate ways.
You want one Nigeria over and
But
above
still, yeah, I
Yoruba.
think we are better together if we can find a good leader that can keep us together.
You want one Nigeria over and above Yoruba nation. If you had a choice of the two, which one would you pick?
I would choose one Nigeria.
Over Yoruba nation.
Yeah, there is a lot to gain
Which part of
because
Yoruba
even
land are you from?
the funny thing is my dad is from Ondo State. My mom
Uh-huh.
is an Akwa Ibom woman.
Oh God. That's okay. Carry on. Yeah, we know.
So for me, I think one Nigeria is better because even it's not that easy to go our separate ways. There will be fights, there will be wars. People will come up with an idea that it is with the Yoruba that owns one land. We want to take this land, just like Putin go and annex Crimea from Russia. All those things will be happening, and the way our mentality is, ìjàgboro ló máa dì, if I may put it like that. You will see Hausa fighting for one land in maybe close to
Kwara.
Kwara, you know the head.
Yeah.
Then even there is still this narrative that it's not that clear, but I think it's gotten to the point that people just push it aside. Some people will say people from Ilorin are not Yoruba.
Ilorin
You
is
know?
70-80% Yoruba. But the
Exactly,
funny
but some
thing
people
is
still
the
claim, because I
emir,
went to
the
I
emir is
studied
always
at
a Fulani.
Lautech. I
Yeah.
studied at Lautech, so I go to Ilorin often. So I know, so you can tell it's Yoruba, but I can hear people, you can hear people whispering underground sometimes, like they are not real Yoruba. Even if the Yoruba is counting them, some Northerners are still counting them as more of them, you know. So now see the fight, what that trouble will cause, and those kind of war, it doesn't end on time. It persists, even if it's not major. The killings will still be going on underground. You just
So
how they've
if
killed
you
one
cannot
Hausa man, or
find
they've
solution, if you cannot find solution to it, you can't find the right leadership to bring us together as a nation. So what's the way out? So what's the way out? Why
the
can't
way out
everybody?
is to find the right leader.
And I'm saying in a situation where we can't find the right leader, what do we do?
We go, we do revolution. We face people. We take over, because obviously now Ajale Koko,
Yeah,
it's obvious to us. Like, even you look, where is NNAMDI today? Where is these people have the weapon in every corner? They've
forget about
created the
weapon.
weapon for themselves. They've made the constitution even a weapon for themselves to use against anybody coming out to say anything. That's why, for
So we
me,
have to
I think the
remain
peaceful way and the reasonable way to go about it is for people to form alliance, youth with people, or youths, people should come together, start bit by bit, like you said yesterday, that they can start now, but they don't have to him the presidency, but they can start capturing those places bit by bit. Then, like I said earlier, if you start reaching out to people, there are programs, even programs that enlighten this market people, programs that can even help them with their business, support them financially, and you start educating them in all this meeting, rather than invite all these people to meeting in the name of giving them 5,000 in envelope and convincing them to vote for the party. They are a member of the party. If this man comes in, they will just make promises. So because of those little 5,000, but if they see people communicating with them constantly, supporting them, helping them with their small businesses, supporting them in all ways they can do, and enlightening them, and it's still more of a party, but that has the program that helps with elevating poverty in it and all that, that is where you can capture these people's mind and put things in their head. But if you go to them in the name of, if you take money today and you go and vote for them for 4 years, forget it. That is why most of them have PVC, because they know, okay, some people will share money in election. They will take the money
Yeah,
because
that's
they are
what I'm saying
hungry.
now. That PVC is an investment to the
I'm telling
tomato
you.
seller.
I'm telling you. So, well, is when you just think about it, it's just sad. It's just sad. It's just sad.
All right, thank you. And to this space, Babangida Aliu, I'm sure you've been a political person yourself. You know who he is. Babangida Aliu, former governor of Niger State, he's
Yes.
found himself at an event with Osinbajo and pointing in direction that, look, only you can save this country. So that momentum around Osinbajo is gathering somewhat and is starting to, uh, echo around the political space. So it's almost inevitable that these two elements will clash, Oshibanjo and Tinubu, but who comes out on top? DOG.
If the dirtiness of killing each other didn't come into it, and Osinbajo can hide his head. I think the Northerners too are looking at, okay, let's even have plan A and plan B. Let's fight for we are not doing zoning. Then if it has to be a Yoruba man, it has to be Osinbajo. They've in the little while Osinbajo has been vice president now, they've dined with him. They've seen he's a gentleman. He's not that he doesn't have Tinubu vibes, even though he's Tinubu's
Uh,
person, but
ca-
you know,
can I
he
Yeah, come in.
can I interject? You said Osinbajo is a gentleman. Do you think he's a gentleman, or do you think he's just a meek coward?
Yes, do you think he has backbone?
Yes.
backbone in what sense?
Yeah, you know what backbone means. Can he stand up straight and look directly and say, no, this is how I
Yeah,
stand?
if you think people, sometimes somebody says something, "Tó máa ṣe bí ọ̀bọ náà máa ṣe mú ọ̀bọ." If you give, it's just like we are on this platform now. If you say, Tony, come and be the one anchoring the program this week, Tony will run it differently. He would do more than what he does when he just come to the platform. If you give Osinbajo the power, and Osinbajo now know that he has the ticket and he wants the ticket, he's not the president. He can deal with Tinubu now. You think Tinubu and Fashola had a lot of issues when
No. Can
Fashola
he
was
deal with
governor?
Nigeria? Can he deal with Nigeria? The
Yes,
complexity
I
of
think
it.
so. I think so.
Because
There
I
is
see
nothing you need.
Osinbajo as like good luck Jonathan, just some book person.
He's a book person,
Yeah.
but he's more of a people's person. He's a pastor. He mingles with people. He has good luck is not so into people, if you get what I'm trying to say, like that. But I
No,
think
no, I
Osinbajo,
don't.
if he gets the power, if you are the president, you can deal with Tinubu. If Buhari wants to deal with Tinubu, if he sees Tinubu,
It's not even Tinubu that was. Can it? You saw how they bullied Goodluck Jonathan when he was in government. Everybody was just bullying him because he didn't have sufficient enough, not the confidence, not the bravity, not the stand
I think
uprightness.
Oshibanjo can handle himself. He
Mm.
already sees everything. He's been the vice president, even though he's quiet. He knows the reason why he's quiet, and I don't blame him. He sees even before now, even before Tinubu, since everybody have been coming to London to say hello to Tinubu, that I say everybody have been clamoring Oshibanjo even before then. So he know what is going on. A lot of people want.
Will Oshibajo be able to reverse all these Fulani laws and policies that Buhari has instituted? Will he be able to
Of course,
reverse
I think
that?
because if he now has the power, wọ́n ní tọ́wọ́ ẹni bá tí tẹ ikú dà, báwo ni Yorùbá ṣe máa ń sọ kí ni tọ́wọ́ èèyàn bá tẹ ikú dà, èèyàn kì í béèrè ikú tó pa bàbá èèyàn, àbí bá ṣe máa ń sọ, So if he has the power, that's what I'm saying. Like now, if I'm under you and I know you are doing something wrong, but I know if I say anything, with you pointing one finger at the person and say, go and deal with him, I know I'm gone. I won't say anything. But if I know if I get to over you, ahead of you, I now have power, I can counter you. I probably even, because I was close to you, I probably even know the things I can use to lock you up for years if I want to.
If Oshibajo goes against any policy, if he reverses any policies that Buhari has done, or he seeks to attack anybody within this administration, would that not be an indictment on him as a person, being the number two citizen and sitting co-driving the front seat when all these things are happening? So how can he reverse anything when he
He will
equally
reverse
as
it.
culpable?
He will
Is it
definitely
not
reverse it if
culpable?
he has to reverse it, because it's now his turn, is his term, is in charge. If we look at it, Nigerian,
Are you
most
holding
of our
Oshibanjo accountable for anything that's happening in this administration?
in sort of way, but if we look at how everything started, you will understand him being quiet. And obviously, even before
A
all
lot of
these
people
news
are
of
giving this guy a pass, and I don't know why. But sorry,
no,
carry on. Yeah.
you know why? You know why me? I think
Mm,
because
mm,
if we don't want to be biased and we want to really face reality
mm.
as it is on ground, if you look at the kind of person Osinbajo is, he's not a person that wants wahala of like people like Tinubu. And I think even before we as citizens are hearing people shouting Osinbajo, I believe inside, in total, inside, a lot of people would have been said be going to him to say, we think you should be the next president. That's how this politics play. Before people start coming out to say there would have been a lot of meetings, a lot of people would have called Osinbajo. They would have met in gatherings, they would have called him aside and say, we are thinking you should be the next president. We don't think people will vote for Tinubu. I think you still have this, you still have that. And Osinbajo, being who he is, he's seen everything is happen. People are saying, he's too quiet. Every vice president has been quiet. Even Atiku being, I'm sure he will regret being the vice president of Obasanjo because that was what really killed his political career. Obasanjo killed his political career when he was vice president. So it's easy. Most vice presidents are just more like figurehead. They don't really have say. You only see them when the president has gone somewhere in programs and functions that they just go to represent the president and just talk in the podium and they clap for them and they go back and sit down. They are not really major in Nigerian government and politics that we do in Nigeria. Vice president are just there. It's just like deputy governor. Some people don't even know the name of the deputy governor of some states.
I don't. I think most people don't know it. I
you
couldn't
know,
tell you. I couldn't
so
tell
all
you
those
the
second
deputy
fiddle
governor of any
sometimes.
state.
That's why
Yeah.
some people don't even talk. They just go there, take the salary, take all they can take, be loyal to the governor, dust their shoe. The one that has political ambition will tap from it and step up from it. That's how I say it.
Oh, all right, thank you. And to this space is now turning into a never-ending story. Nnamdi Kanu turns up in court. The judge looks at him and says, "No, go back to prison and come back another day." So another adjournment. I've lost count of however many adjourn. The guy has not even plead. He has not even taken his plea. Guilty or not. You have to take your. They present
Yeah, plea, yeah.
yeah, he has not even taken his plea, and this guy has been in court 50 times. Adjourned again. What are you making of this
Have
never
they
ending
even tried?
story?
Have they even started the trial?
Well, when they've not taken plea, how can trial start? They have to take plea
That's
first
what I'm
now. Yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
They've not even started the trial, so they are just messing with him. They are
Mm,
good. That's how they will be tossing him back and forth. It's easy to do.
mm,
Even in the UK they do it.
mm.
They'll be waiting for forensic, one DNA for months, for years, and the case will just be lingering there. They'll just render you handicap. So where he is now, can he be shouting IPOP? Can he be fighting for anything? Can he be fighting for Biafra? He will just be there. Now he's just battling with his life to escape. He has suffered. The
So
judge
they,
for
they've
judge
just essentially caged him. That's all
they've
they
caged
yeah.
him. Yeah, it's the same thing that is happening to Sunday Igboho.
Mm.
Because those are the people that can actually really distort their plans a bit. So that's where it goes back to what I'm trying to say. If you are now the president, you can mess anybody up if you want to mess them up. It is only if you don't want to. They called Tinubu to EFCC. They didn't just look Tinubu and say we want to call. How many people are there that they should have even called before Tinubu? But Buhari, they are trying to. I think they are trying to. At that point, they were first trying to scare him off coming out to say he wants to be president. But I think the man has actually. He's a smooth criminal. I think he has the master plan on ground, so he was able to clear himself for whatever they've asked him. And the little thing that they might probably still be not sure and skeptical about, it might not be major, so they will just leave him. And he's not an ordinary man too, so it's hard to. So I think they were just first trying to use that to curb him and say, you don't come out of president.
All right. Who do you think? So this is two questions now. Who do you think is going to be the president in 2023 in your personal calculus of what you're reading of the political space? who do you think is going to be the president in 2023? And who would you like if they gave you the hand of choice to choose? Who would you pick? So it doesn't have to be, so that gives you free reign. The second one gives you free reign. You could say your brother or even yourself or somebody that we know. But first, who do you think, reading the political landscape, will be the president of Nigeria in 2023?
Who do I think, or who would I pick?
No.
Because
There are two questions. So, who do you think, based on the politics, the reality of it now? So, based on reality, the politics in play now, who do you think will be the president? And then
based on
a second question: if you had free choice, who would you want to be president? So, there are two questions here.
yeah. So the first question,
Mm.
if I look at as it is right now, the reality, it just look as if PDP only have Atiku on ground for now, and look at APC has Tinubu. I think I would rather choose Atiku over Tinubu.
Yeah, but who do you think in reality will win? Not who
In
would you like?
reality, will
Yeah,
win.
yeah.
Honestly, don't be surprised if people go with Atiku
Mm. And
because it
you
will be
would
a
go
bit
with Atiku over
difficult.
Tinubu.
What?
You
Yeah,
would
a lot
go.
of people might because even Tinubu,
I'm one of them, by the way. I will go with Atiku over Tinubu, but yeah.
because the problem now is Tinubu in his own party has almost maybe 40% of people that don't want him there. It is only his loyalists and his boys that are really clamoring and shouting his name up and down. Babangida is against him. Shoyinka is against him. Everybody is against him. Even Buhari is against him, but Buhari won't just say it. Buhari doesn't want him there. It's obvious, and that is why you can see majority of the Northerners clamoring for Oshibanjo. So if I'm meant to pick, the only person that looks close to it that can get the opportunity is Oshibanjo. So I will say Oshibanjo for the second question.
Brilliant. So let me take you away from politics to somewhat, I don't even know if this is show business or crime or a combination of the two. Monfa, Hush Puppies, Yin and Yang, the other side of the coin to Hush Puppy. So he now in Ikoyi prison. So he opted to go to prison, and you wonder why somebody would opt to go to prison. But he was presented in court, and when the judge set his bail condition so near on impossible, she or he layered conditionalities that amounted to close to R1 billion and gave the guy the choice that present these conditionalities or pick a prison to go to. So he now back in prison. But what are you making of the travails of this Mumfa? You know that what is he even? Because these people, nobody knows.
Mofa
Yeah.
does from onset, Mofa does brew the change and he's been in it
Yes.
for it's been no,
You believe
honestly,
that?
yeah,
Yeah. Eh?
I'm telling you what I know.
Is it not voodoo money? Is it not one of those
Let
that
me
use
tell
people's
you,
body parts?
wait.
Yeah.
He does brew the change.
Yeah.
But far back before even people know that all these brew the change people have bank line. A lot of people, a lot of top fraudsters have been using them. So he has made money. But I see Mofal as somebody that is on a path that is not meant for him.
Mm.
Um, he is trying to be famous when what he has alone, if he keeps quiet, he will just be famous, but nobody will be looking at him. But he started doing the show off. Then when Hush Puppy relocated from Malaysia, he helped Hush Puppy too because they were dealing with all these Nigerian guys in Malaysia. So some people ran back to Nigeria. Some people were
What's going
finding
on in
alternatives.
Malaysia? Because I keep hearing Malaysia, Malaysia. Is it drugs? Is
So
this
all
what
of them, yeah, they all started from Malaysia. I
is
know
it
some boys that
is it drugs though? What is their
no, it's
dealing?
not drugs. Is still fraud. But it
Okay.
was easy. Is easy for you to do your fraud in Malaysia than stay in Nigeria and be using Nigerian internet to do the fraud. So it was easy. So a lot of people and the fraud has different things. Some people do money wire. Some people do dating scam. So it's in various ways. So Mofa has been doing bureau de change. So most of them always have bank line. So it's easy to move big money. So people that have been into wire money before people start shouting wire money now, a lot of people have been doing it way, way back. Just that some of them are smart. They've made the money, they've channeled themselves to a legitimate way before these small boys now come up and start doing it now. But Mofa is not somebody that everybody knows. It's just few people that know that
There was
there's
one
one.
character. Just sorry, I keep interrupting you.
Yeah, carry on. Yeah, I'm sorry. Loud.
When you say some of them legitimize their money, there was one character called Invictus Obi. You know, who was one of those that legitimized himself and became a business person. But like you said, that allure of publicity, they cannot help it. So he
You can't
started
help.
putting himself in papers and
Ah,
magazines, and now
no,
he's
people
in
are just
prison.
looking for what is not lost in their life.
Mm.
Like somebody like Mofa.
Everybody
I
wants to
don't
talk,
know
Abi.
what he's trying to be. He's trying to be famous, and that thing got more into him when Hush Puppy now relocated to Dubai. That they are now together. He started doing the things Hush Puppy too will be doing. And Hush Puppy's lifestyle, he was saying on Daddy Freeze show one day, oh, he used to want Hush Puppy. I was telling my friend that we are watching that thing, that live thing on Daddy Freeze that day. I was telling him,
When he went
even
to,
him.
was it when Daddy Freeze went to Dubai?
No. Daddy Freeze interviewed him about Hush Puppy.
All right. Okay, Monfa.
But
Okay.
before the incident of Hush Puppy, they had a quarrel. Mofa and
Mm.
Hush Puppy, they were not talking, they were not friends anymore. That is when he started saying he was the one that brought him to Dubai, that got him his residence and everything. That Hush Puppy won't listen. Yeah, the show off is too much. He's too loud. He's louding himself too much. He's doing this. He doesn't just listen. That was his problem. I was saying to somebody beside me, even him has jumped on the same bandwagon now.
Mm.
You buy Ferrari, you are showing off like Hush Puppy. You are showing off like Hush Puppy. And I think these guys are not even that smart, because if Mofa is smart, you shouldn't be coming to Nigeria and you'll be getting arrested anymore with the way Nigeria is, and you have all those money. But you do too much show off, and you are not Daomi Tutu Sile. Kolibama Tele Tutu.
Mm.
At some point, Hush Puppy can't come to Nigeria. The first time he came to Nigeria, he went to Abuja to settle. That was why he could come back the second time, that he spent 11 million naira at Klux Club, Shinopella's club.
It's just ridiculous, isn't it? 11 million.
Yeah, so all those
How
things,
many bankers end that in a year? 11
you
million.
know.
You spend it on
So
champagne,
so
you
you
know.
look at all this, and what may I even look about when people spend that much money is how many millions of drink do you drink out of the 11 million yourself?
Yeah.
You've just bought drinks for different people that you don't even know from Adams, and you
Mm.
are clouding yourself without a legitimate business. And people are not blind. And all these people are keeping quiet. They are looking at all you people. They are strategizing how they will catch you. They will be looking for
Are
loopholes.
you wrapping Obi Kubana in that bracket? The Hush Puppy Monfa bracket. Is it part of that bracket?
Obi Kubana said he hustled for his money. I
Yeah,
know
but they
Igbo
all say
people hustle.
that Lawrence
It's
Anini will
possible,
tell you he's
but
a businessman.
everybody, I think most of all these guys has done something shady in the past, and some of them are just wise enough. And if you look at, it's just what we are saying just now, Seth. If you look at Obi Kubana problem started after his mother's burial.
Yes,
And
that was just obscene. We did a session on it
then
here.
after that one, he didn't lay low. He started doing this social media business to
Yes,
putting
everybody
himself,
wants to be known to
flashing in
be here.
house, doing all these things. Those are the
Mm.
things that call people to you, that will call CID to you, call people investigating this guy's money. The burial alone, after the burial, if you do that kind of thing, if you are a really serious minded and you are thinking right, you should lay low for like almost a year, and whatever people will be hearing you doing is probably maybe
Attention is an elixir. Attention is an elixir. Once you get public adulation, you want it more and more. When people admire you and they talk about you, People enjoy that, and once
It's
they get
just
hooked,
it's
it's
just
like a drug.
having it's
Yeah.
just having principle. You see, all this attention, it doesn't even get it does know what makes you the money. You've been making your
What's the
money.
point of being a billionaire if nobody knows?
People knows a lot of people know him
They want
before
everybody to know
then,
now. They want
but
to be
it's
big
just
boy.
that
They
a
want
lot
to
of
bam
people
bam.
enjoy when Tunde Nuts called them out on his blog saying and King Mofa Obi Kubana and Chief Priest this that they I don't know what they see in it because you've been who
Do,
you
do,
are.
do you know that some of these people, they pay Linda Ikeji money for her to talk about them?
No, you don't understand what is happening.
Yeah.
They don't pay these people money. It is only if they do advertisement of their business they pay them money. These people talk about them, so these guys can tip them. Somebody like Tunde Enot, he came to London. He was living in London before they deported him, and he went to the US. He came to the London recently when Obi Kubana was in London too. That was when he met Obi Kubana one-on-one. You will see him clamoring Obi Kubana, because those guys are rich enough to say, okay, I better get me give Tunde money. Tunde, send your account number to Chief Priest. He will give you 10 million. He will give you. That's why they call their name, because they know they are rich.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people know these guys. Is just some few people that don't really mingle, or you've not heard news about them, or you've not heard things, or you've not mingled with people from like Anambra, or you are close to people that knows them. Like this man that got married to Regina Daniels. I've known about the man for several years because I was working with a guy from his town in Lagos back in the days. He's always been mentioned, Ned. But most people got to know him when he got married to Regina.
You see, hold on. That's the point I was making, That guy is a lawyer, British trained, very sharp guy, and he has been making millions he's been a wealthy man for a long time and quietly enjoying his wealth. But now he's gotten into that attention space. And every time now this guy he has even an Instagram page, suddenly he has discovered attention and he cannot get enough of it.
Is his little wife, his junior wife, that is making him do all
What
that.
are you making of that? 40-year gap.
But for somebody like that, he's not even doing it too much. You don't see. You see, when you are him, he has legitimate things to back himself up. So when you're not even, within yourself that, there might be some things that might be linked to me. You need to know when to make your noise and when to go lay low. Once Easter blog and this person, all of them start shouting your name, start showing your luxury, showing what you did on your Snapchat, all those things, you are bringing troubles to yourself because they will start thinking, where is this guy getting all this money? You are showing every business, everything. Like Hush Puppy was investing big time in Abidjan. They got to know because he was on his social media. So if why didn't you not do it in Nigeria? But you went there, you did video, you did. So people that monitored him, they said it themselves. They monitored his Instagram. That's what they used to monitor him. It's too much. Sometimes you have, and I don't know if you are. That's why I said it's just being principled.
It baffles
discipline.
me. It baffles me when you look at these characters and you look at the sort of money that's the control, and how they made the money. It baffles me somewhat that somebody like Hush Puppy, who to all intents and purposes, in another life and under circumstances, this guy probably some downfall driver, you'd imagine.
You know where he's coming from. He sells pure
his father
water.
was so
Even him sells pure
how
water.
did it go from there to that?
Because he traveled. He went with boys that went to Malaysia. They know what they were going there to do. They were making the money. Trouble came. He chose another direction to go. And the link is still there. So they were still doing what they were doing and they were making the money. They found $30 million in his apartment when he was arrested. Cash.
Look at that.
You see? So
that's not a joke. $30,000 gone. $300 is not a joke even.
You see what I'm saying?
So do you see what I'm saying? Pure water guy, $30 million.
Yeah, so that's why sometimes they
And he
say
did not do Ogunwowo, it is just brain.
but Ogowo can't give you all those
Yeah.
money. Money ritual can't give anybody a lot of money. All the people that we hear in history that they say, that person is not no more, but they said it was ritual money. Go and look at the kind of house they build. If the house is fine, they won't use ADJOURNED, they won't use long span, they will use normal normal roofing shit, old
You
school
laugh
roofing
at
that
you laugh at your
rust.
own joke a lot. Oh, have you been drinking, D? Eh?
I don't drink. I don't
Who
drink.
told you you don't drink? Who told you
I
that?
don't
Who told
drink,
you you don't drink?
honestly.
Eh?
No, it's just funny because I
What is
just
wrong with
think
you? Why
about it.
don't you drink?
I not like I don't drink, but I don't like now. I've drank
Okay,
now. Maybe
you're an occasional drinker. Okay, yeah.
occasional drinker, yeah. So I don't even think about it. So
I'm
here,
suspicious of people who don't drink. Especially
why?
here,
I don't drink.
because it's not normal for you not to drink.
I don't drink.
That's why I'm suspicious of you now, Solly. Eh?
No, but I smoke.
Yeah, no, that I don't like. You see, everybody, that's life though. Everybody thinks somebody else's vice is the terrible one. So I drink, but I don't smoke. Well, I've given up smoking, so I think smoking is terrible. But you
People that
smoke, you
don't
don't. Yeah,
drink
they
and
think,
don't smoke,
yeah.
they like the other thing.
Yeah,
They like
it's
nature.
the
One
other
man,
room. It's the other room.
one man. There
Yeah,
are still things that you do.
yeah.
If you don't smoke, you drink. If you don't drink, you're a womanizer.
This is it.
Mhm.
But you told us the
That's
last
what
time,
I'm
Vin, that you
saying,
have no
Maxwell.
vice. Eh?
Come again.
So that's what I'm saying. If you don't drink, if you don't smoke, you must like
One man,
women.
what did you say?
You told us the last time that you had no vices. Remember when I was asking you?
Come again. I can hardly hear you, sir.
Yeah, sorry, I was muting Prof. I said you told us the last time that you had no vices. Remember when I was saying that everybody's corruptible as long as they have a vice, and you told us you have no vices,
No,
which is the
this one.
biggest lie ever told.
No. This one we are talking about now is habit. It's some sort of habit. Every person has a habit. Like
Okay,
me,
what's your habit? Yeah, go on.
no, like me. When during even before I joined the army, I smoked.
Is that Ajwa, isn't it? Ajwa is your habit.
Even Indian hemp. You see, bro, I smoke hemp. Listen to me. I'm not shy to say that in the public. I smoke hemp. I smoke cigarette. I drink hard liquor, not just beverages.
I like the way you call your liquor.
I drink, I drink hard liquor.
Not liquor, but hard liquor. This
Hard
is
liquor.
So they are
Hard
liquor.
liquor. You see the India hemp. It got to a stage when in 1996 in Liberia, April 6, 1996, I dropped it. In fact, what I was battling was just, let's say, cigarette. And cigarette, I just abandoned cigarette. This is about 2 years now. I left cigarette and drink. I stopped drinking hard liquor, but I am taking, let's say, a bit of light alcoholic beverages. Yeah, not alamobites.
Is that not your national drink in Ghana?
It is very, very strong. It is very strong. It has high percentage.
That
percentage
thing
of alcohol.
is a killer. Anybody that
It's
drinks
a
that
killer.
thing, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Nobody that takes that. If you are taking alomobitas, I said Nigerians are taking it. They are producing it and are sending it to Nigeria. People are patronizing it in Nigeria more than what we are
Ghana,
taking.
plus, yeah.
I'm telling you, because it's one of the highest, bitters consumed, in Nigeria.
Well, it's good. It's good for when you want to do something now.
You see, my brother. This is a lie. I think that's a lie. I think it's just the mindset. These are just fallacy. These are just fallacy. If you want, instead of you to take this hard liquor bitters for the Azarum performance. So please, you use, just if you like it, if you are good to it, use Viagra. That is better instead of using this.
I've never.
One man, what do you want to say about Viagra?
Or you eat. See,
No, no,
One man, what?
no. I hate.
One man wanted to say something.
X0
I
picture
hate.
self. Look,
I hate.
X0 picture, X0 display picture looks like the picture they put on Viagra.
Look at that.
you see, one man. One thing I want to tell you.
I hate the idea of Viagra. I hate it.
Yeah, you see, what I'm trying to say.
One man, have you tested Viagra? Have you tried Viagra?
I've never even seen it before in my life.
See, my brother, there is something I would like to tell us here.
But I hate the idea of it.
But it's not for black people. It's not for black people.
Hold on. I am not a medical practitioner, but there are people that are prescribed. It is some people are, it's a prescribed drug for some people, especially when you begin to reach the age of, let's say, 50 plus. And there are some people with, some, sexual dysfunctions. They prescribe it for them. But as long as you are eating good diet, especially vegetables and vitamins, you don't need those things.
People use it recreationally. That's the thing. They don't use it prescriptionally, but recreationally. So they say, I'm going to deal with that girl today, and then they go and
that is absolutely nonsense. Yes. You feel you deal with that person when you wake up now. You start. You see, my stepfather in Nigeria used to say something. He says some men are some men are funny. You want to go and eat food, the one you have in your stomach, you vomit it, and you say you are eating food. What kind of food is that? That's exactly what people. I want to fire. You fire. After firing, the person will just wake up and look at you and laugh at you. Then you are there yawning.
There are only two things you need. I say this, neither of which I practice, but at least I practice one of them. There are only two things that anybody needs: plenty of fluid, especially water, and exercise.
Yeah.
If you go to the gym for 40 minutes. The way you will feel, if you can endure it, the way you will feel, you just feel like you can take on Mike Tyson. That's all you need.
I train during my military time. I do powerlifting. I do powerlifting very well. If you see me that time when I was doing those powerlifting, even if I slap you on the road, you will just say, "Oh."
What do you mean powerlifting? We've seen you before. You are just skin and bones now. Are you not?
No, man. No, see, listen to me. Listen to me. No. The picture you see now. You see, when man grow, when people grow. Listen, when people grow,
he's just a tiny guy. You are just a tiny guy now.
One man, listen. When people grow, you begin to reduce the number of exercises you do. When I was growing right in the army, I trained from 3:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. on pure powerlifting and benching, squatting, and just name them. I lift 350 kilograms on bench press. That is what I do. So I was very, very, hypertrophic and very muscular. So as time goes on, I reduce. Right now, as I'm speaking to you, I do only just mild push-ups, what we call push-ups, or sit-ups, and few of them. So I don't normally go to gym anymore, just to keep myself fit. So that's all.
All right. All right. Thank you, Vin. And what have you just spoken on? Round off your thoughts on that space. The DOG, and then I'll take you to a final talking point. Yeah.
We've talked about a lot of things.
Yes. I think you've actually covered, because I'm just looking through my list. So you've covered everything. So don't say I don't give you enough time to express yourself. So thank you, DOG. So let's go from DOG to Solly. Solly. So this Aboki from Bauchi State, he's saying, if you fail to get your PVC, your faith and overall well-being will be determined by people who are not educated and uninformed. So he's speaking to that space now. People will say, what is the thing? They will read the elections. And he's saying that, look, there's a reason why politicians go out and bribe people to vote for them. And that is because those votes count. And if you get PVC and you line up to cast your vote, it's very difficult then for that election to be rigged. So what are you making of this very peculiar phenomenon that we have in Nigeria, but it's a global thing, where the middle classes, they are the ones that barely ache the most about politics. They are the ones who are impacted the most on with policies, but they are the least people that turn up at the polling booths almost globally, but especially in Nigeria. What are you making then of the words of the Aboki from Bauchi?
Well, I have to agree that the Aboki from Bauchi is right. You know, these northerners, when it comes to politics, they are always, most of the time they are right about, how you are supposed to go about it. And it's true. I just thought about it. Most middle class people, most people that complain don't have PVC. They don't even know how to get their how to vote. They don't know about the process. They don't know about anything. They just want to come online and shout and say what is supposed to happen. But an average Aboki sugarcane seller has PVC, knows when to vote, is aware of all the INEC dates and everything. It's very, very crazy that this happened. But it's true, there has to be a change. I agree with the Aboki from Bauchi. There has to be a change. Everybody has to know how to get their PVC. At the end of the day, it all comes down to education. They have to educate the people on what to do step by step and how to go about it. But I don't think they will want that to even happen. Yes.
Do you have one yourself? Do you have a PVC?
No, I haven't been to Nigeria in a long time. But I do want to. I do want to go.
I don't think there's anybody on this platform that has a PVC, but I'll ask
everybody.
I
will try to get my PVC this year. I'll try to get.
Look at
one man. Yeah. One man. Did you listen to the interview with Obanikoro?
No. What did he have to say?
He has been in the politics of Nigeria for a long time. He himself said it that Nigerian politicians will go around campaigning, will give rice, will give anything. They will do everything, bribe the voters, knowing they will participate in every aspect of the electioneering, knowing fully well that those things don't count. Go watch the interview.
That the votes don't
count. I'm not saying this to spoil what Soli is saying.
No, but then what counts? What counts? So what did they go on to add? What did they go on to add?
That's especially the ruling, the incumbents. They know that the votes don't count, but they will participate in it fully with all their efforts.
I disagree.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to spoil what you say.
No. You can say what you want to say, but me, I'll come with this. If they believe those votes don't count, a politician will never spend one dime on bribing people into voting.
So can I come in?
Why bribe people?
Sorry. Let me just add to support what you're saying. We've also seen instances severally where they will go and snatch ballots. We see them in schools with no roof, thumb printing, ballot. So yeah, but yeah, sorry, carry on.
Yeah, but if Obanikoro is an
let's Solly land. Yeah, Solly, carry on.
Okay.
No, I'm listening.
Okay.
Yeah, I was the one saying. I was the one talking. I was saying Obanikoro is an experienced politician, and we all know who he is. He has been in several positions, and he has vied for elections several times. He is the one saying this with his own mouth. I'm not saying what I don't know. I'm saying what an experienced Nigerian politician is saying, who is a member of APC now.
He was an ambassador here in Ghana.
Yes, exactly. If you watch the interview he did with Arise, I think it was with Arise channel.
Yes, Arise TV. Arise TV, yeah.
He was saying that a Nigerian politician will participate in every aspect of electioneering, both the campaign and bribing and doing all the thing they got to do, knowing fully well that those votes don't count.
That is where I want to come in. So,
go watch that interview.
Most politicians are liars. So if that's the person you want to believe, that a man came out of his house, did all this political gra-gra, bribed plenty people, stole ballots, and he's telling you that him doing all these actions don't count. Like, why would you believe such a thing? Why would you believe such a thing?
Example, bro. Let me give you a typical example. One of the, the typical example that you will see all over that is very, very vibrant and is, recently done is Hope Uzodimma against Ihedioha in Nigeria, in Imo State. Do you know that the Supreme Court, listen, do you know that the Supreme Court, the number of voters was less than those people that were, sent to the Supreme Court? Do you know that?
Oh,
yes,
I want to say something, but X0 want to say something.
But this is a rare case. This is not something that is happening all over the country. It's not a reality. It's not a reality. This is just a rare case.
What is it? Because of people's negligence.
The Imo State election.
Last Lagos election. Do you want to tell me State election? You think that Sanwo-Olu won that Lagos election?
100 people was, you see, one man, 100 people were registered, eligible voters. And when you went to the Supreme Court, you took 250 there. And the Supreme Court ruled in favor of the person that brought 250 against 100 people that voted. Oh my goodness.
Okay, so there was an election recently, I think it was in Anambra. Are you saying that those votes didn't count and somebody just chose
they tried to rig it, but the people there stood against it.
But you said votes don't count. This counters your argument. This counters your argument.
But the votes do count then, is what you are saying.
The votes count.
They come in. Okay. X0 carry on.
Hello,
the situation
let's hear from Ajane Koko.
Let me state something. Ajane Koko. The situation is this: there are votes, quite all right. There are votes, but they bypass these votes and they write their own numbers, and nobody knows.
What about in Edo State, Obaseki?
That's what I'm telling you. There are votes.
Quite all right. Counted.
Who are the incumbents in those states? That's what you have to look at. Buhari himself knows truly well that he didn't win the last election. What are we saying?
Yes, but
he didn't win it. Yeah. So what are we saying? Carry on, Mr.
Let's have Ajane Koko. Yeah. Oh, I think it's gone.
What A0 is saying that Abanikoro said is true.
Right.
Abanikoro actually said that.
Yeah, but it might just be blustering. That might just be blustering.
No, it's not blustering. Let me tell you this. He's been in that business since the 90s. So what Abanikoro is saying essentially is that yes, they will participate, they will do this, they will do that, but they will still engage in rigging.
Let Yaradua said it.
So,
and Babangida something said it as well. These things is real. It's happening in Nigeria.
Yeah. Even though that they will participate, they will bribe, it's the rigging that wins election at the end of the day. All the contestants engages in rigging. It's rigging that can win election for you. If you believe in clean vote without having planned for rigging, you cannot win election. That is what
that's in Nigeria.
Yes, but this is the issue.
That is what Abanikoro is telling. That was what he was saying. And
yes,
that is how it is done to achieve electoral victory in Nigeria. If you believe in people's vote, you can never win election if you don't put in pipeline. Hold on, man. Somebody that said, are you saying that is stupid? Somebody that is a practical politician all his life?
I have my.
What are you talking about?
This is the topic that we are on. Yes, you can't.
The other day you were talking about Baba Adelabu. You said Baba Adelabu. You said talk here and there. Why is this setting out talk for? To rig election.
Yes, in this
Yeah. So
current
what are you?
situation,
Why are you saying that what he's saying is not true?
the argument, that is not the argument. The argument is, does your vote count? In this situation, they are rigging election because
At
they
the
are
end of the
rigged.
day, hold on, he's right that vote does not count. At the end of the day, if you believe in only voting and you don't rig to support your voting, you will not win.
But your rigged vote will get counted, right? This is the topic
Counted
that
to
we are
failure.
on.
You believe in
Wait,
just only without rigging, you will fail. That is what Obanikoro was saying.
If people like us have our PVC, if every educated person shouting up and down has their PVC, do you think that our vote will not count against this rigged election? Is that what you are saying?
But
that
you don't
if
have
all
it
of
now.
us get
You don't have it now.
no.
You don't have
But
it now.
our topic was do our vote count? Do our vote count? Our vote will count if we actually vote. Our vote will count if we actually vote.
Solely, the truth is this: there are votes. Nobody's saying there are no votes. You are voting quite all right, but I'm telling you that they will write the results no matter how many votes. Your own vote now is there, but they're not going to follow the votes. Do you understand it? They will now go, they will see that your vote is more than their own. But they will, when the vote is 2,000 to 1,000, they will write their own 5,000, your own 2,000. You understand? They will count your own vote.
And you believe that this is done in every state in Nigeria?
Okay, we are talking about what happened already.
Everywhere.
Excuse me.
There is nowhere that is not done. What are you talking about?
So you believe that in every state in Nigeria, people bring out their PVC and vote?
I don't know why you guys are allowing what Obanikoro said to disturb you. What Obanikoro is saying is not new to anybody. And those are where this
you are contesting against it now. You are contesting against what he said. You are contesting against what he said.
I've not even said anything about it. I was just listening to people. I'm just trying to make a point. Ajale Koko. My point is,
I thought you said earlier that what he was saying, that vote does not count. That is not true.
Ajale Koko,
no, I said it's not new. I've never said anything. I said it's not new to anybody.
You know what Ajale Koko? Hold on, Day. You know what Ajale Koko is saying? Ajale Koko is saying that you and Solly, you sound similar. This is it. Your voice.
Hold on. Who is talking?
You know, there's DOG, there's DOG, and then there's Solly, but
their
voice, they sound the same. They sound the same. I noticed that.
Their voice sounded like
yes.
But Thomas, it's not the same that you see with Solly. Thomas.
Yeah.
Thomas is exactly Solly's voice.
Yes.
Meanwhile, let the people thumb up now, please, because we forgot to do that always when we are at the closing.
Immediately.
Hold on. Please. Ejo, Biko, Laho, Wowo, let's share this message. Sorry, share this platform. Share. Like this program. Share to your brother. Share to sister. Share to Ghana people. Share to everybody.
No. Don't share to Ghana people. We don't like people.
No, Ghana is a Nigeria also now. That Ghana Nigeria man.
Oh no,
one man I will leave. Since you are
in Nigeria.
No. Akwaba. Joke aside. Please. Let the people that are watching us, hold on, please. People that are watching us, people that are on the comment section, please, everybody share. I know that we here, I took you guys for granted that you always share before you come into the show. Please share, because one man doesn't beg for thumbs up. Other platform always say I beg, then they get tired. But one man is a good man. Let us give what is due to Caesar.
I will clip that and play to my wife that you said I'm a good man, because she will want to come and argue with you.
You are the best man. You are the best man because as a Christian, you don't drink. You say you drink. I like your. I think your style.
Mama, you lucky beer.
Don't let Bia know your wife. Bia will
One man. Can you imagine what this man is saying? This man saying you're a good man. You that cannot use Viagra. You that don't use Viagra.
Don't worry, I'm from. We have Amala.
No, black people don't need Viagra. Black people don't need that. We are naturally blessed. We're naturally endowed with power.
Should I tell you
How can you not use a normal bitter?
My daddy had 4 wives. 4 wives, and the many outside.
You told us 14 the last time. What
No,
happened to
4.
What happened to the other 10? Hey. Look at this guy.
One man, we have to wise up in this day and age. People are testing different things.
No,
Alomo,
should I tell you one? Should I tell you a secret to life?
Very horrible.
A secret to life. Amala. That is all you need. Amala.
And okra soup. Yeah, correct.
If you eat amala, all the nutrients that you need in life is in there. Just the brown one, but the brown one, the black, eat proper. Yeah, that's all you need.
Amala is carbohydrate.
Lafu. Yeah.
All right.
Elubo.
Yeah.
One man, this guy is trying to make a point. This what's his name?
Yes.
He was saying something. I want to know what he's saying.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So yeah, D. Yes. Whoever does spoke wants to know what you have to say.
Yeah, please continue.
Soli said about what Obani Koro said, and I was wondering why everybody is arguing what Obani Koro said. And I don't think it's new to any one of us what Obani Koro is saying. And this is where these politicians get us as people. He has come out now, he has painted the picture like, this thing was it not doing the same thing before? Then so him coming to tell us, just trying to paint a picture so people can look him like one saint that has repent and has come out to. He has his aim for saying that. He's just using it as a weapon for himself.
Even Peter Obi said he doesn't have money for Supreme Court. So what are we saying? These politicians know what they are facing.
Yeah, they know what they are doing because election is here. Why didn't Obani Koro come out 2 years ago and say, election is this, or come here early last year? Election is nearby. They will say all these things to us. And secondly, on whether vote counts, they are saying the truth that we know. But this truth, the way they are saying it, we know the truth. A lot of people watching them say, this man is saying the truth. If he comes out now and say, this person, let's vote this person, some people will follow him because he has said, the politician vote. They will think, maybe he has repented, he's preaching the right thing. But what he's saying is what we know. And why is he saying it now? Why now?
But I think where we are missing it is even in that electoral bill. Because what we want is for the votes to be transmitted directly from polling units. But Buhari is killing that bill because of direct primaries.
That's what we do in Ghana here.
How to get their candidates. So, just give us electronic transmission of results. Then people can have faith.
I think they've approved that, haven't they?
Last time I checked, they've not. They've not.
Who said
they are waiting for the president to assent to it, but the president has refused.
Baba Integrity did not sign it into law. Baba Integrity did not sign it into law.
So whether vote count or vote
Baba Integrity
or votes don't count, I think for the people that wants to rig, it counts when it's in their favor. And I said earlier, like what we were saying yesterday about how things can move, how the people can gain momentum. Like Anambra, for example, when we start educating people, and the vote that counts now is the vote that counts for them. And the votes that will count for us as people are the votes where we stand by our vote, where we know at that polling booth, they can't even come and tell us anything because everybody's there was voting for this party and it was loud. People were there. We know this is president, just like the Abiola time. Nobody will come in Abiola and tell us it's not Abiola that won. That was why
my brother, you see, all these things that you are talking now will only work in the old southern Nigeria. But when you go up north, it doesn't work.
Exactly. These guys have
I lived there for many years.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
It can only work in the southern part of Nigeria, but it can't. When you go up north, it will not work at all.
Look at
Okorocha. The sensitization.
Vin,
that's what I
said. That you are seeing, Okorocha, the former governor of Imo State.
It will work. It will work up north that you are talking about, and that is what we are saying. Like Adeniko
It's like finding a pin in a sandstorm.
a very reasonable suggestion. Like people need to gather because obviously you can't be the only one going to the north. So you have to have somebody from the north.
You did the NSAS. You did NSAS. They told you that they like them.
Yeah. DOJ, are you in Nigeria?
And they told you that they like them. They should bring them to them. And the federal government had refused to send them to NSAS to them. Is this some people that are going to even know
if DOJ?
And that's what I'm saying. If you
live in Nigeria,
I don't live in Nigeria, but I'm a Nigerian.
You don't live in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Okay, so but Nigerians, when they go and vote, everybody should stand there and count the votes, Abi. So
you're not getting my point.
Transmission of electoral vote from the polling station. If they do that,
that's what I'm saying is, if like when Abiola came in as president, everybody knew that it was Abiola everybody voted for. So they couldn't even say they rigged the election for anybody else. They would rather just find something, lock him up and kill him there. So that's why I said it earlier when this show started. Maybe you guys have not joined. I said it earlier on about why people run and how the movement of sensitizing people, how we can do all these things. And it comes to play. You won't just call meeting and start telling these people, market people and traders, we need, if you collect money from these people and you go and vote for them, it won't work. It won't get into their head because they are hungry too. So you need to call them, have a meeting, and develop programs that could be of like poverty alleviation thing, something that supports small business within that political space, that party thing you are doing. So you can, everything you are saying will get to there, so they can start seeing the clearer picture. So bit by bit, like Ajariko said, they can start now, but bit by bit they will take charge, and they will start taking charge. People will start seeing, and when they get to that point, what happened in Alhambra will now start happening. When you come and you know that these people.
Let me say something. I want to say something. Let me say something. Ajaliko said something just now that Baba Integrity did not sign it into law. You see that thing that Buhari did? He only vetoed it with his power, which is very wrong. The governors should stand. They should stand. You know, they should stand and air their voice out. Babangida, sorry, I say Babangida. Baba Integrity, Buhari, the man from Dara. As an executive, cannot just stand up.
You are very right. And even apart from the governors, this is what we are saying, and it still boils back to what I was saying earlier on. If people are really, even people can stand.
Are you talking about the electoral law that Baba
the electoral transmission?
The governors are in support of him. It was the assembly.
Not all the governors, though. Not all the governors.
All the
PDP governors are not in support.
All the governors are in support.
Mike, you said what? Mike, sorry, what you say?
The PDP governors are against.
They are not in support. I read it. I read it just a few hours
we are
ago.
talking of APC governors. APC governors.
Yeah, because there is this party now. They will always be in support.
You say everybody. Say some of the governors are not in support of it.
The PDP governor came out against it, but the APC governors are in support because the assembly that passes it, a majority of them, overwhelmingly are APC, and they are saying because of the governors have hijacked the party. They are like the god that own the party, and whoever they want for one position or the other in the party is they are the one that appoint people. So they don't want it anymore. They want a system where everybody can participate, and the only system that make everybody participate is and create a level playing field for everybody is direct voting. Direct voting, everybody will go and show their strength on the field, and not a situation where consensus where the governor will bring money and then buy people's votes, and then all those things. So that is the governor support. They are the one actually that put pressure on the president not to sign it, because those governors are very powerful when they come together for collective purposes like that. the president will listen to them.
Omahi is number one. Omahi.
So it's the governor. So don't mention that the governor should kick against it. They love it. APC governors
That's what
are
I'm
rather
saying. People themselves can fight for that, but people don't even get the understanding, and it's quite difficult. So that's why I'm saying the votes that count are the votes that count for them. And the votes that will count for us are the votes
how will people fight for it when she will jump on the street and demonstrating and calling on you people to come and nobody wants to come?
We are saying the same thing. That's what I'm saying. I said that I even said that yesterday. That Nigerians, if you come out, that even when they arrested Showore, how many people went out to say, "Oh, release Showore"? Nigerians will back out.
What does that tell you? What does that tell you? What you said now, what does that tell you?
What does that tell me? It tells me there's a lot of work to be done. And that's why I say 1 year is not enough to even fight.
Nigerians don't know how to fight for their right. They're too scared to death. They are not like Ghanaians that jump on the street and fight for their right.
Let's not forget
Nigerians are mouthy people. They just talk and talk and they don't take action. And that is why
I don't agree. I don't agree. I don't think that I don't think Nigerian people are talk and talk. When you ask an average Nigerian that just wants to stand up, they are scared. This is not normal fear. This is fear for their life.
That's what Ajani is telling you.
So are you saying Nigerians are cowards? Is that what you're saying?
That is what you're supporting me now. That's what I was saying. Nigerians are scared to death. They don't know how to fight for their rights.
Yes, but
I've said all these things earlier.
The fear is warranted. How do you fight for your life against Nigerian government? How?
I don't think it's fair. I just think it's lack of cohesion, lack of unity.
It's not that Nigerians are cowards. If
people are not on the same page,
are cowards,
so how can you fight when you're not on the same page with the next man? Come on now.
Solly, you are the same person who thinks that we can recall senators, and the same person who still thinks that Nigerians cannot fight. I don't understand you.
No. See, there are two ways of fighting. Okay, you can do it through due process, which is bureaucracy. Or you can do the Gragra way, which the East has been trying to do for how many centuries, how many years? If it comes to Gragra, which is the natural attitude, there is Gragra. The natural response from an uneducated person is Gragra moves. That is why the government keeps attacking.
But that's shows you that they are not scared now. That shows you that they are fighting. So you are just contradicting yourself. Sorry, come on now. And then when they come out to do Gragra,
even in the Western world,
when they don't do Gragra,
even in the Western world, there's no Gragra. You cannot, with this government, you cannot do Gragra. With no government, you can do Gragra. Even in the Western world, you don't do Gragra. Gragra does not.
No, you don't get it. No, you are contradicting yourself. That's what we are saying.
Hold on.
You're contradicting yourself.
Hold on. Let me put what Solly is trying to assert to X0. So what Solly is trying to assert, or is asserting, I should say, what Solly is asserting is that Nigerians, they are naturally timid, they are cowed by the brutality of the state, and the fear for their life is really what is holding them back. So do you agree with what he's saying? And if you don't agree, then what do you think is holding them back? So
I don't agree. I don't agree.
I don't agree with what he's saying at all.
Right, yeah.
I don't agree with what he's saying at all. Because between the people itself, the people themselves, we have different factions, different fights that we have not been able to see eye to eye. Me and Ajani Koko were arguing the other day that when I was asking Ajani Koko, where is the love? When are we going to start, coming together? Because time is going. The East is going for Biafra. The West is going for Oduduwa. The Middle Belt and Niger Delta are going for their own, We forget to see that we first have to fight our way out of this bad system before we start talking about our different ethnicities. We have not united on that ground. And then what Soli is saying is completely wrong. I disagree. The rally at the Lekki toll gate was not gra-gra. Don't forget that it lasted for a while without gra-gra until the federal government infiltrated it. So I don't think that we have not done this peaceful way. These are peaceful rallies. So has been protesting peacefully, but Agberos keep beating this guy. Not once, not twice. The police
can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Shot him with a canister. Don't forget.
If they allowed those people at Lekki toll gate to keep protesting till today, do you think anything would have changed?
No, but what we are saying is, if the protest
no. See, this is gra does not solve anything. That is
no, it solves everything. Yes,
is my example.
It
doesn't solve anything.
Solely. They came out
saying,
wait now.
That is gra because they just went there and they are just shouting.
The SARS, so hold on, sorry. The SARS not end. The SARS not end.
And that's what I was about to say.
Oh, they just replaced it with another name.
But it ended
the SARS end.
It ended. But what did that show? Ended. But the people still
they are still killing.
The shots that they
flew. It was about hindsight. It wasn't about anything else. It wasn't about anything else. About SARS. And they ended the
so it was. The shots that they fooled the average Nigerians once again.
If you are using the basis of the SARS, it now even buttress what Soli is saying. If that is gra-gra, because they've scattered those guys, they dispatched them with bullets, and those guys can't even really say anything. They can only just mourn and mourn and mourn.
No. Before they came with the bullet, they announced the end of SARS. The end of SARS already ended.
The rubbish state.
Okay.
Exactly.
Can I ask you this question?
The point. Maxwell, you get it.
Let's be honest.
They rubbish everything. All the white shit that came out. All the white shit that came out. What have they done to it? They rubbish it. So more of due diligence and a little bit of gra-gra could help. And where did you just come in is what we are still saying. Build the momentum, sensitize people, involve, implement poverty elevation programs. You start talking to people, then you can get into people's head. If you go and meet these people that they are frustrated and you are telling them nonsense about don't collect money, somebody that has not eaten Gary, that is still thinking the money that is meant to use to buy market for tomorrow, for him to be able to eat tomorrow night, is almost finished. Somebody will now bring 5,000. He won't collect. So we need to.
Why I
don't
agree with
be done.
Listen, just like
you know why I don't wait. Please. Let me just reply.
Hold on, Solly. Let's hear from Mike.
Listen, man. Just like Ejiro just mentioned just now, the fundamental reason why the government is winning and they are very powerful is because the people know they have problem, but they are taking different route, and everybody believes his problem is coming from different direction, whereas it's actually coming from the same direction. If the approach is a Southside person believes his problem is coming from lack of him controlling his Hoi, you understand? So when he comes out to rise to speak against about his oppression, it would directly the main topic would be about I want my Hoi. The Igbo man, when he wants to go carry out his own uprising to end his own oppression, he would say I want Biafra. And the Yoruba man wants to come out to say he wants to end his oppression. The approach he will come out to protest against will be, I want my state, my region, or something. I want to do it. And then the North, when they come out to speak against their own oppression, will be either the Sharia or my poverty should end or something. So everybody is taking different routes to fight for their problem. So whenever we do an uprising in Nigeria, it's usually isolated in one region. You understand? Exactly. It's always isolated. Exactly. It's never a cohesion. It's never something that's done at the same time. Like the first time in Nigerian history where we had uprising. Let me land the last statement. The first time where we had something close to the whole country coming out at the same time for one particular purpose was the answers, and it was just half of the country. It was just the South. You understand?
Yeah.
That was the first time. But the rest of the time, it's always something uprising going on. It's not the Southeast all by themselves, or Southwest, or just Southside all by themselves. That's why we've never That's why the government has always been able to just run to that particular area and just crush the people there and just continue with the business.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
So
See how they have sacrificed NNAMDI KANU and Igbo now. You see now they
I have said all this earlier. I've mentioned those guys too because it's sad. So you can only do this thing by due diligence, gradually build the momentum. So it gets to the point that it gets to election day. Everywhere you are going to is one person they are mentioning. It's even hard to
But
rig
my
it.
brother, are these people coconut heads? We have been begging them, say Yoruba, Igbo, Niger Delta, come together, use one South to fight this. One South. We have been begging these coconut heads. They
Yeah, but they
don't
don't
hear
listen. It's hard.
They're
It's
not
sad.
listening.
But the Yorubas,
let me interject, please.
Hold on. Yeah, you come in a moment. But the Yorubas and
Come in,
the Igbos,
Ejiro.
hold on now. Let me direct it, please. The Yorubas and the Igbos, they will struggle because they always have struggles to work together. This is what I think. But Ejiro, yeah. Ejiro.
You see, yeah. Okay, can you hear me now? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
we are listening. You are loud and clear.
You see, believe it or not, poverty is a political strategy, you know. Remember, the managers of our system knows the weakness of our system. The weakness is that people are hungry, people are impoverished, and it does seem perhaps it's a deliberate attempt to impoverish the people so they can use it, you know. So that's the weakness right there, you know.
Yeah,
and they are using
feudal system.
100%.
That's what I just
That's why
wanted to
they share rice
But
and gari on election
what we have
day.
now is worse than poverty.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. What we have now is worse than poverty.
I even disagree with people when they come and say middle class because we don't have middle class
what we have
anymore.
now is worse than poverty. People are dying. You cannot travel from. Look, they kidnapped another vehicle between Ore and Lagos.
Wow.
This thing is close to home. It's close to home.
And we are here fighting ourselves. The South are here fighting ourselves.
Well, we will die. We will die where before these coconut heads open their brain to see that they must work. They don't have a choice. We don't have a choice. I'm sorry, I'm cutting you guys short.
Mike was right in what he said, and not too far from what I'm saying as well. The country is split into just pecuniary interest of every section that looks to the narrowness of what they. Mike already just broke it down. The Delta region, they want their oil. The Yoruba nation, they want their Amala ways. The Eastern ways, they want Biafra, and everybody wants something different. And they just narrow it to that insularity. So they don't especially. There was a time they were interviewing Sunday Igboho, and they were saying that what about NNAMDI KANU that who is doing something similar? He said, I don't know about him. Let him do his own. He said it in Yoruba, but essentially said, let him do his own. My only interest is Yoruba nation. So do you see? Everybody narrows to just that insular, that singular thing that agitates them the most. But one thing that Ejiro said that people have said in the past that I've always tried to query, that there's a deliberate move to keep the people impoverished. So I'm not sure about that it is a deliberate move to keep the people impoverished. I've always argued that the poverty in Nigeria is a consequence of the greed of the leadership who steals everything, and not a deliberate policy to keep the people impoverished. Do you understand that, and do you agree or disagree?
Can I come in here, one man?
I kind of agree because you might disagree. Why I said I kind of agree is obviously people, if they do the right thing, people will live well, people will do good. But due to the hunger, they now know there is hunger in people. So they use that too as a weapon. So in a way, they are not really deliberately doing it. They are not just doing the right thing for the people. Not like they are actually probably, using it. So nobody knows who is going to contest next. Did you see a video of where they are bagging rice and beans with Tinubu face and everything on it? You know, I've seen pulling booths where they will give people a bag of rice, bag of this and money. You are going to vote for this person. You know, it's
my brother. I want to ask you a question. Have you lived in the north before?
I've not lived in the north before.
Okay, let me tell you.
I don't disagree with what you said about the north.
Let me tell you how it happens there. There is a prayer we pray in the north. Alaba Kakabani. Do you know what is Alaba Kakabani?
No.
Alaba Kakabani is not obtainable in the south. I pray that God will give you so that you would give me part of it. I pray that God will give you so that you will give me part of your wealth God has given you. In the south, it is not like that. Nobody prays such prayer in the south. Everybody struggles for their own way of living and for their own betterment. But in a situation where you see people who pray Alaba Kakabani, God bless you so that you will give me some.
Maxwell, they channel their mentality to
the feudal system. So you see, that is the feudal system that is happening over there, and this is what they want to replicate all over, so that they will control you. The same thing the British did. The British did what they did for economic purposes, to total control of everybody, and that is what they passed on to these people. And they started it. They did it in that very place. Today, you will go to Alaji's house. You will see children and people lying up for alms, and they will give them Alabaka Kabani. And that is what they are doing all over the places. They want to replicate what they have.
Even beggars in Ibadan. When I used to live in Ibadan, that's what they say. I was beggars.
You know what? Again, what Vin just said now corroborate what I was trying to say. I lived in the north before. I can speak. I speak Hausa very well. You see, there is this group of people in the north. They call them Alamajiris. Those Alamajiris they did it deliberately, purposely, for them not to go to school, so they can be used as a tools. As a matter of fact, the Northerners, they have 3 stages of ways of impoverished people. You have the middle class. You have the bottom of the pot, which is the Alamajiri. You know, so they know what they are doing. They know what they are doing. You know, it's a weakness, and they are using it very well.
You see, these things are why sometimes I don't blame when some people come and say let's split, because some things just happen. It just still bring that idea to you, like, is it not better we even all split? You know, this is part of why some people want us to split.
That is where you cannot see love. You can't see coherence. You cannot see
can I come in, please?
Yeah, let's hear from Tony. Yeah, come in, Tony.
Okay, so I'll be listening to everybody, and today is a very finest day, you know, because you guys are now treated towards my opinion that there's nothing we can do about it, because this guy they call you also killed the other time to tell us how they have been living their life for the past 500 years or 300 years, that they can never change, you know. So the best thing for us to do is to unite. The southern Nigeria should unite, you know. I'm glad that this guy is there now. DOG is also part of us, you know. You know what I'm saying? So we're
I'm not part of you. I'm from one Nigeria. I've said it earlier.
But when we split, you will come to our side, or you can go and get it.
I'm just saying, I don't blame you, people like you, Tony.
No, part of us is that part of us. What I mean, let me speak. What part of us that you are related to us. I mean, blood relative you are, because if you are from Akwa Ibom State and Yoruba land, so you also that you are from Niger Delta. You are a Benin person. You are Akwa Ibom. You are a Bibio.
In all honesty, I don't think Yoruba and Igbo have any problem. There is a lot of Igbo.
We don't have problem. No, right now, the current hold on. The recent situation is that the Igbos have been building bridges right now. They said that they want to use Idu or Edo as their linking with Yoruba now.
So they're not building any bridges, man. They are
bridges. No, Mike, please, Mike. Excuse me. There's no permanent enemy in politics. The guys have been trying now. Please.
What does he do? You guys lie with the bridge by lying that people are do.
I know, but they are sorry for those mistakes they have made, please, in the past. One man have been following up also go to Nigeria Loop. You see how all the
Which
prominent.
mistake are you talking about? Please, let's not go to this direction. Let's not go this direction.
No. See, the mistake of try to create Biafra in that their earlier mode, they have already changed. Please, they have changed. They are now. They see that
these are the mistakes we are making. We are in the Sorosoke generation. We are a different discussing things our forefathers did that we don't even understand.
No, our forefather was able to make it. Our forefather was able to make it because the British. Hold on. The white man. Hold on. You know that before the independence, Awolowo was able to carry out many programs and all the politicians in the north or whatever because the white men were guiding us. You can see that ever since the missionary schools have been taken over by the locals, that's where the whole trouble began now. Because
Oga, what is our problem right now? What is our problem?
Our problem is that hold on. It's very sorry. I'm very sorry to say that as black people, it's just like we are expecting these monkeys and chimpanzees now to start building road in our bushes now. That's how our situation is like. We cannot go above.
Tony, the question put to you is what is our problem right now?
Our problem is that it's not a problem actually because that's the capacity that we can go as black people. We are not programmed to go above what we are now.
We are obfuscated. Our problem right now is that we have a system that is killing all of us, taking everything from us. Right now, I don't want to know what Awolowo and Nnamdi Azikiwe saw in their own time.
No. Forget about them. They were able to do that.
Our own time right now requires us to unite.
Talking point now.
Well, these guys want to do.
Ejiro and me. Let us handle. My brother, let me talk to you. Oshari, do. Let me talk to you. Black people cannot go. Black people cannot go above what we are now. That is what
Tony, you are moving away from what we are talking about.
Hold on, Tony. Do you think black people are inferior to other races on the planet?
Yes, exactly, sir. Without
and because I've heard you
I don't agree.
Hold on. Is your name Tony? Let him please now, Tony. Now, help me out a little bit, because I've heard him approach it in that this is not the first time. So I want to hear this. Yeah. So expand on that because you've indicated many times in that direction.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. You know that I think around 1989 or thereabout, President Botha told Babangida that anyway we are going to surrender South Africa to you, but at the end of the day you cannot manage it. That even the black race that Nigeria that is using right now, that at the end of the day you are going to suffer because the black people are programmed for that, and then we are proving them right by not learning from other countries in Asia. Because when people say that, Nigeria is just 60 years old, what about Singapore? What about other countries? What about Burma? Nigeria is the only country where there's no government in the whole world. When there's a government in place, you will see the signs. Like, you see running water, you see electricity. I mean, things like that. Like, let me tell you something. In Germany here, they have Christmas 30 times in a year. So every end of the month is Christmas Day in Germany. If you are living here, you see at the end of the month, people get their free money, which is about 400 euros per head. You see the people that didn't have money to buy gasoline for the 2 weeks, they will be running. So the whole place will be booming. People will be running hater-scatter, buying things because they are about only 20% of the Germans that are working. So we're not able to organize ourselves. So and then we cannot do that.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think they give them those free monies?
Because it is social security, which I was talking about yesterday, which is where when I say lack of social security, not just in Nigeria, in Congo. If they tell you the story of Congo right now, you'll be having a sleep like that tonight. So you go to Kenya, the same thing. You go to even Black Americans, the same thing.
You know a lot of the social security, in the at least in Europe, a lot of it is climatic. It's to do with the climate of the space. A lot of that social security. So in the winter, when they give you money to fuel, You know, to
No,
get
no,
gas
not
to
that.
warm up
No,
your
not
home.
first. Sorry for cutting you short. Let me tell you something. Social security is what is, is the main umbrella of all the securities. So, right now you are talking about people collecting 1 naira, it's in order to go and vote because they are hungry. Because there's no security.
And by the way, Nigeria has a social security system.
No, only in the north where they just dish out money, they give them
No, we
money
don't,
per
man.
head.
We don't have it, man.
What they do?
So we don't have, no, we don't have. So
Don't
Sadiya,
mention
Sadiya
police, so don't
Farouk.
start saying police.
that's what I'm saying. But
No, Sadiya
Mike, hold
Farouk
on, Mike,
is in charge of
hold on,
that.
sir. Let us. The earlier we start to accept this, is better. Not just in the area of this. Look at this money. Do you know that? Yesterday, do you know that Abiola's daughter, Abiola's father, who was, the daughter, who his father, her father was murdered, is now displaying pyramids of bag of rice in Abuja. They say is the biggest rice pyramid in the whole world. So that's
that was Abiola's
No,
daughter.
she's a journalist.
yes, from Arise News. It's very
But she's a
painful.
journalist now. She's a
And
journalist.
she's a journalist, but you see, there's another guy, the daughter to Mobadaji Johnson, that was on the Arise. They have taken her out because she was very, very independent, in our opinion. But you see that
No, she went to marry the Oba of Benin.
I don't know, but the rest, this Rufai is a nice guy. Rufai is a nice guy. Rufai, Rufai now from Ijebu, from my city.
No, who's Rufai?
Rufai is the other guy. Ruben Abata
is a yam head. Is a yam head.
Yeah, but very nice guy. But Ruben Abati is just playing game like maybe tomorrow I will be another special advisor to so. But so this morning, even this OG Okwe is even praising. Look at the whole news. They don't talk about Nigerians. They don't talk about Africans. That they are saying something only about the
Queen of
US.
England, the Duchess of Success.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, God bless you, Mike. So they are talking about the recent all this. What happened to our tennis stars? What happened to
Mr. Tony?
Abekuta? Hold on. Abekuta Green Court. No, hold on. Abekuta Green Court. What happened to the Ogbe Hard Court? I mean, we need to everything have to be started after. That's why we need to call the country to right now, or we go our way, separate way, so that we can be able to revive all those things. Then everything will come to
Mr. Tony.
The country doesn't cut into two because the Westerners, which is the Yoruba space, are as dubious of the East as they are of the North. And the East, they are as dubious of the Yoruba people as they are of the North. So it doesn't cut into two. If you. They are working properly. You don't.
They are working towards that. Hold on. They are working towards that because now in the first.
Tony, does not like Yoruba people now. I know that one, Tony.
Hold on, Mike.
But do Yoruba people
there's a common enemy now that tries to swallow us up. That's why now the Yorubas and the Igbo they are united. They are working together, please, sir. We are working together.
Where are they working together?
Mr. Tony, yes. Please, can you listen, please? What are we going to do right now? Because everybody seems to be divided. The Niger Delta, especially, they are most annoying because their own concentration is on that oil. But we are dying. Everybody's dying. Yorubas are dying. Igbos are dying. Middle Belt are dying.
I get you. Are the Hausas and the Fulanis not dying?
I get you. Now, let me just give
Hold on. Sorry, Tony. Just for 1 second.
Okay.
Are the Hausas and the Fulanis not dying?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. We have not been able to handle. You know that the Hausas came out the last time to independently campaign, protest against this bad system. But then we lack the foresight to
dying in Nigeria is the thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying. Everybody's dying. If you look at it truly, we just need a coalition of the people. The Yorubas, Igbos, Niger Delta,
not a southern thing. But so it's a Nigerian problem, not a southern.
It's a Nigerian problem. That's what I'm trying to get at. Since that we need to form a coalition.
No. Excuse me. At least somebody. Hold on. Ajani Koko has been pressing. Ajani has been pressing on a certain issue here, like that the Fulanis are occupying the military, the aviation, and and everything. How can we, at this point they are brainless. You know what I'm saying? So they cannot.
People are dying too.
Yeah.
Tony has asked this question. Tony has asked this question 2 times. Zero question. Tony, let me answer his question because he has asked you. You are not answering. Let me answer his question. He asked you before that. What are we going to do So let me answer his question. Zero, this is what we are going to do.
Yeah.
Thank you. This is what we are going to do. In my opinion, right? I will move for restructuring and bet a new constitution that works for all. Restructuring and bet a new constitution that works for all. I think that is what we are going to ought to have done.
Ejiro, that is not what Exiro wants to get out of you. He wants you. Yeah. He wants a Yoruba Igbo coalition to force.
Yeah,
to force out
the
of
People's
Nigeria.
Coalition.
Yes, the People's Coalition. You want a Yoruba and Igbo team up.
This is what I'm saying. The Yorubas are a people. The Igbos are a people because they have their distinct features. The Niger Deltas are a people.
Yoruba and Igbo cannot team up. There are two parallel lines. The way I look at it,
we can team up. Hold on.
No.
Hold on.
Mike has trashed that aspect over and over again. And I kind of like agree with Mike. It's very difficult for a Yoruba man and an Igbo man. There are two parallel lines.
Are we not living together in Lagos, in Benin, in Ibadan today? Go to Benin. They say Benin City now belong to half Igbo. Belong to Igbo, the half of Benin City.
Mike, can Yoruba and Igbo team up? I'm asking you, Mike. Is Mike there?
You say?
Can Yoruba and Igbo really team up? Because you've tried this.
Well, the hatred the Igbos have for Yorubas won't make it happen, man. You know, but if they can find a way to.
Exactly.
I mean, they can use their sense.
There are two parallel lines. Igbo and Yoruba are two parallel lines.
Hold on. You know you have problem there in Benin and they worry. Hold on.
The way it can happen is
wait, in worry, you have Ijo, Urobo, and the other people, they are fighting each other. If you go to Benin City right now, the three oil west, one is in Kobahi, one is in Siloko Road, one is in Sapele Road, they are killing each other. So, but at the end of the day, we need to be, everything is boiled down, so everything boils down to the poverty level. So when we unite, the Southern Nigeria unite, at least we are very, very productive people. We can be able to unite ourselves. We don't fight each other. Igbos are in Lagos, Igbos are in Benin, Igbos are in Ibadan. We can work together.
Do you think the problem that Nigeria has is an ethnic problem or a crime problem? Are we battling in Nigeria a crime problem?
Are you asking me? Are you asking me, sir? Or you are asking me?
I'm asking generally, but you can go first.
Okay.
We already know your answer, but do you think it's an ethnic problem predominantly or a crime problem? The problem.
Thank you very much, sir. I would like to take that crime first because people that are governing the country, they are governing us, in a mafia style. Because this man is not there. Buhari that promised Tinubu, for example, Tinubu single-handedly spent all his money, everything.
No, that wasn't the question. Now.
No, I know. That means so Buhari is not there. Buhari is late.
All right, okay, Jubril Abi. Okay, thank you.
Tony, you're doing well.
But one man, he answered you. He said it's a crime problem. That's what he said.
Yes. The number one problem we have is the ethnic problem, because without that ethnic problem, they wouldn't have been able to confuse us.
You don't have a representative in Abuja. Hold on, you don't have a representative.
Wait, because it is because of this ethnic problem that we are being manipulated into votes that favor these people that have been ruling us. Don't forget that Buhari came riding on most of his campaign talks with his northern people was, where to throw your vote. Don't vote for they didn't vote for Christians and people who are not from their own side. If you go and watch those campaign periods when Buhari was campaigning, they hated Christian votes, Christian aspirants.
Did they hold on? Did they hate Christians in 2011?
They used when it comes to the nitty-gritty to campaign for elections, they will now start forming those their couples and saying, okay, this person is from this ethnic group and this person is not truly Muslim. So that religion and ethnic
did they do that in 2011?
Buhari has always done that. Are you talking about Jonathan's vote? Is that what you are referring to, one man?
Well,
Jonathan
went up against Buhari in 2011 and defeated him.
2011, did you know how Jonathan got that vote in the north? It was those minorities, those Christian minorities in the north.
He got the vote.
And don't forget the power of influence.
Can I reply X0 and Tony?
Go ahead.
X0, I believe it is a crime problem because all the ethnicities are committing crime which are affecting us. Because even if we all had one ethnicity, if there was still crime, they will still find another way, to rig this election.
What kind of crime are you talking about?
What is in general? Because the question was
really what we're contending with in Nigeria at the moment is really what I was looking to focus on. Obviously, we know what the issues are. So, is it ethnic based or crime, or is it a crime issue?
An ethnic
issue.
Do you think let me finish.
Okay,
An ethnic issue is something that went on in the likes of Rwanda. We don't have that in Nigeria. People are not just crossing from the north to kill people anyhow, going on full tirade to kill another race. No, it's a crime problem, and crime has different branches. They can use ethnicity, they can use religion, they can even use the being gay, they can use male, female, they can use anything, whatever works. Poverty, hunger, it all boils down to crime. Ethnicity cannot be the one making them commit crime. And another reply to
Tony. Open your eyes.
No. Before you open his eyes, let me just throw in what is I'm calling it a data, but it's just my summation, so it's not statistically a data. But my assumption is all the indications are that a good 60%, if not 70-80%, of the insurgency that is taking place in Nigeria at the moment is being vested upon northern Muslims.
Yes.
Well, of course, there are going to be collateral damages.
Collateral damage is 80% is collateral damage.
I'm sorry I'm using that word. I'm using that word.
The point I'm making is people come and paint this picture as though the North in unison are on horsebacks charging towards the South to behead everybody. But a lot of these places that they are burning and savaging, their mosques, there are communities in the North
don't get it wrong.
Type, of their ilk.
Don't get it wrong. Don't get it wrong. That's where people get it wrong. Okay. You see, this North we are talking about the North. It's not just one North. There are core North, and then there's the other part, the other ethnic group. There are so many ethnic groups in this North you are talking about. There's cleansing going on. There's a cleansing going on, but you don't know it because you will not see. You see one Hausa man, you think it's the same as the Fulani man, or you think it's a Kanuri man. Why do you think? Why do you think Bonu is so ravaged? Why do you think they want to take away Bonu from the existence of the earth? Do you know that the Kanem Bonu, that empire, do you know that they were the only ones that resisted the takeover of the Fulani in history?
No, call them the Caliphate. The Caliphate.
Yes. Yeah, please, you don't know these things. They are not just one North. So there's a serious cleansing going on. That's where people don't know. The ethnic problem we are having here is that the APC used this I don't know what to call them. These people that you are seeing that are calling themselves bandits, they used them for this election. They wanted to create war if they didn't win that election.
Yeah, we know that. We've discussed.
But they won it.
Yeah.
They won it and they were surprised because they didn't believe they won it. They could win it. Now those people, they don't know how to settle them again. So they allow them, with all the weapons they provided for them, they allow them to enter in and start making their own source of livelihood. That's just what is going on.
So don't get it problem.
Don't get it
so that means it is a crime problem.
Their ethnic from the North. So if the crime problem is from one ethnic side, I'm not indicting the whole of Fulani now, but I'm saying they contracted. Some of these Fulani guys are from Senegal and all these other places. They wanted to use them to create war in Nigeria. So please get your facts right.
Bottom line.
That is not the situation.
You have not said anything new now.
Yeah, you see, bottom line, they are using them for a purpose. Look, let me tell you, the Islamization of Nigeria is real. They've tried to register Nigeria as an Islamic nation, but it didn't work. So they are trying
Where did they try
everything.
that? Sorry, where did they try that?
If you go, have you checked the French marriage
Nigeria is a
certificate for
member
Nigeria?
already. What are you talking
No,
about?
Nigeria is a member of OIC.
Yeah.
It's a member, but it is not properly
Since Babangida's
documented.
days, by the way, Babangida did that.
It is not properly documented.
What do you mean by not properly? When it's a member, what does membership mean?
Organization of Islamic States.
Nigeria is a member. Of course, you see, the army did what they did, just like the way they did in the constitution. You see, let me tell you, it is not all the Nigerian, citizens that agreed to that, but an individual using the military power did that to Nigeria, and it has never been worked. And this is what is going on right now. The killings that you are seeing going on all over the places is orchestrated. It is orchestrated. Look, the reason why Nigeria is still intact is because the military has not been divided. If the military divides today, Nigeria, the center can no longer hold. Everybody will run helter-skelter. The peace, that little peace you are enjoying today is just because of that little, cohesion that is going on in the military. That is what we should understand. If the military, go the same way these people are doing today, there will be no Nigeria. That is what everybody should understand. What is happening in Nigeria is deeper than what we are seeing. Pure and simple. Most of us that were there, we saw these things happening. It is deeper than what you people are seeing. It is carefully orchestrated to take over places from people and relocate. If you remember,
it's a land grab. What we are seeing is a land grab.
One man, Mr. Integrity said something when he went to Egypt. He said that all Fulanis, everybody will have visa free to come. Why did they say that? They had a motive to doing that.
Fine, can I reply? See,
the Egyptians are Fulanis.
Let me tell you how people will view it. If you keep saying it is an ethnic, this is a crime. You have to address it as a crime.
Largely a crime.
If you keep saying it is an ethnic problem, the people that are not committing these crimes will feel attacked too, and they will back the people that are committing the crime.
Okay, now, I want to tell you something. My brother, I want to tell you something.
Hold on now. Let him respond.
It is just like saying, majority of the crimes are being committed by blacks. So that means any black you see, blah, 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 all those kind of things they say.
No.
How would you feel as a black person?
No, that is not what I mean.
Wait. You deep down in your heart will also want to support the black person, even if the person says, this is what happened during the trial of O.J. Simpson.
That is a wrong analogy.
You can't keep saying it's an ethnic problem. Most black people knew that this guy committed the crime, but they backed him because they made it a race problem, not a crime problem.
Okay.
That is what I'm trying to tell you.
Address it as a crime. I agree with Soli, man. I agree with Soli. We need to stop ethnicizing every situation. We do have ethnic in Nigeria, but it's not every thing we ethnicize.
Hold on, Vin. Vin. Sorry. I want Mike to address that. The situation in Nigeria, is it largely an ethnic situation or a crime situation? The insurgency, what we're going through at the moment, is it ethnic or crime?
It's crime. It's definitely a crime. It's definitely crime. And it's a crime and also an interest. You understand? Crime and interest. That's what I see. So most of these things really not.
What is the interest there? Okay.
Well,
it's both. Crime.
To me, I think this is what I think. I think there are external forces that actually behind they are behind this insurgency that's going on in Nigeria, and
external forces from an ethnic group.
No, not an ethnic group. I know it's foreign. No,
well, you had Commodore. What's his name? Commodore. What's his name? Said it that.
Well, so that means it's a fact. I mean, that's his opinion. People give their opinions.
And then we hear from Ajale Koko.
Yeah. So to me, it's crime. So basically, you have people that are in poverty, right? And then they don't have anything to do. So what it is basically there are some external forces, right, when I mean external forces, they really have issue. They want to destabilize the country just to as a opposition being against the government. So what they do is throw that weapon to them to say, okay, here's guns. You are in poverty. Use the gun to go and do whatever you like to get whatever you want. So those poor people now see the guns. They got guns in their hands. They don't have money. So they rally themselves. They're not using that weapon to carry out kidnapping and collecting ransoms, shooting up places, just doing whatever they
Mike, I
they
want
like.
to
So
ask you a
to me, it's a
question.
crime thing. So it's crime and interest.
All
So
right.
those that have interest in destabilizing and those that are in poverty, so it's crime and interest. So,
all right. Let me just put you another one, and then I want to hear from Ajale Koko, who I think wants to speak on that as well. The Boko Haram narrative, is it a religious narrative or a crime narrative?
it's fundamentally a crime, but they use religion to back it.
What?
You understand? Yes. As I works. Let me tell you
Legally,
guys.
it's a crime.
No. They are forces, right? They have interest in destabilizing a place, right? So what they do is they will use those that are religious fanatic and say, listen, here's weapon, here's money, use it to carry out your religious interest, and just go. Here's money, here's gun, go out and trying to win your
Do you
religious.
remember,
Mike,
do you remember,
you know who does?
Mike,
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Do you remember what happened January 2000 in the north by the governor of Zamfara State? Do you remember what happened there?
What happened?
The introduction of Sharia in Nigeria. That is the bedrock. That is the bedrock of this Boko Haram.
No.
That
We all
is
know
the bedrock. Listen, my brother. You see, most of us fought these things there that time. The bedrock of this is Sharia that came in, and on that Sharia they are practicing. What is the Sharia talking about? Go and look at the demands, what Sharia means, and justify it, compare it with what Boko Haram, the activities of Boko Haram. Then you will see that they are not far-fetched.
Sharia was implemented across the north, but Boko Haram is limited to the northeast. And we all know how it started. We all know when. And if you're talking about Sharia, it's something they've been practicing. It's not. It didn't begin when the government implemented. It's something. It's the culture. It's been in there. It's their religion. It's something they've been practicing in the north forever. It just was never.
Let me ask you.
It was never implemented to the constitution, and they just fought for it. And Obasanjo allowed them to put it into their. It was something already practiced. It just became something that was conflicting.
Not limited to northeast.
Sorry, let's hear from Ajale Koko. Yeah, go on.
You said Boko Haram in the northeast. Boko Haram is not limited in the northeast. They are in the northwest. They are in the north central right now. They are everywhere. So
and they have an agenda,
even beyond Nigeria.
Even the governors of Niger State confirmed that Boko Haram is in Niger.
Are you talking about Boko Haram or bandits?
Bandits, that's what I was about to say.
Yeah, they are both.
Or you see them as the same?
They are both. They are.
Odudu and Biafra is the same movement.
Bandit is there. Boko Haram is there.
Who said that?
What was the question, Mama? The question you were asking. You asked.
I was asking if Nigeria's problem is a largely ethnic or just a crime problem. Are we contending with an ethnic problem predominantly or a predominantly crime problem in this current situation that we're in? Not historically, but in this
It's both.
Right. Which one carries the weight?
Ethnic problem. Criminality in the north is known with one ethnic group in Nigeria. That criminality that is ravaging everywhere in the north is known with Fulani ethnic group. They are the ones that are the leaders of those of the bandits are Fulanis. So they are
Can't hear him, man. To me, I think I made a mistake earlier. I said the Boko Haram is not. I didn't say it was crime and religion. What I meant to say was his interest and religion, not crime and interest and religion. You know, those that have.
Mike, I was even trying to interject. Mike, can you let me interject?
Yeah,
Why do you think Buhari and the governor of Benue State are having issues? Why do you think the governors of the north are having issues with the governors of the south when it comes to how to fix the cattle rearing problem? Some people are saying it is their tradition, they must move around with cattle, while some are saying build them ranches. And you say this is not ethnic. If it's not ethnic, it's not an ethnic group that believes you must be going around with cattle.
Yeah. Who is saying build them ranches?
Of course, the governors of the south and even some not governor of KANU'S said it that they think that
Ganduje that is championing that narrative.
And then the other governors of the south too are saying that go and build ranches. But the other north governors, they are not saying anything. In fact, some of them are saying this is their tradition. This is their tradition in their ethnic group.
Are those two statements not true? It is their tradition to cattle rear over the expanse of Africa. But
this is where the problem is coming from.
Hold on, but time has now evolved that is no longer practicable because of development and advancement. So now the narrative is now incorporating ranching as a pivot of a way of life. So how
exactly? We argued that here one time. And I told you that this is the way forward, and that is why we are arguing that they should go to ranching, but they refused because they said they must maintain their tradition.
They are in that conversation too. Like you said, Ganduje is actually the one championing that conversation. El Rufai building ranches in Kaduna State.
Buhari is the problem.
We still see them encroaching into Benue State and even the whole of Southwest.
Hold on, Mike. Yeah. That is how they have always lived. You cannot just at the stroke of a pen change centuries of tradition. So they have to be finessed out of one way into another. You know, so
even the governors in the north, like you mentioned, Ganduje. What is the name of Rufai? Even the governor of Katsina have said it publicly that this idea of cattle rearing cannot work anymore because it's causing problem everywhere. They have said it, and they have called on their people to come for ranching. Ganduje have started the program. He has acquired a large space of land to occupy them, and he has been calling on them to come. But the president, Buhari,
is digging out old cattle roots.
Is the one championing and campaigning for cattle rouse, and he's saying that he wants to legitimize it. He wants to make sure that they dig out
what is cattle rouse?
Something. Well, cattle rouse. That's the
grazing roots.
Which is what they are already doing.
Okay. Yeah. So the governors of the north, some of them are trying to find solution to the problem, but the problem, the president is saying a different thing, and these people are emboldened that since the government, the federal government, which have the strongest power in the nation, is on their side, they don't respect anybody.
Yeah, but Buhari is on his way out now. The conversation is bigger than Buhari.
But it's planting seed of problem on the ground.
Yeah.
So that is it. So and the seed is planting is going to germinate and very very difficult to clear off. So that is the problem that the minds of problem that this man is planting on the ground now.
Yeah.
So even the governor, why I said earlier that this problem is ethnic. Even the governor Masari, they confirm it openly that all these criminals are Fulani people. Even the Sultan of Sokoto, he confirmed it that 90% of these people doing this criminality and ravaging and killing their people are Fulani. So what else are we discussing about?
Yes,
The
but
problem
So
is
all the
confirmed.
bandits are Fulanis.
yeah. So they are
So
bandits, you know.
yes, they have
Still, it's
clarified
still
it.
criminal, even if it's isolated to one ethnicity.
How did they
What did you
clarify
say?
it? How did they clarify it? So,
They
did they
have
meet up?
clarified it.
Did
They
they meet
said it
they met
openly.
their leaders? They met how they organized it, or what was the investigation done? How would
My,
the thing is we have to
But
wait to get to the report or
You say
something.
when
Because
the leaders, when their leaders are saying that our people
you
are the
can't call
ones
these people
doing
leaders,
this,
man.
Ajale Koko, wait.
you said you
can't
can't
call
call
the
them.
Sultan of
Abiwa,
Sokoto a leader.
Aboti Mugboyo ni. Kilo so.
Look at Mike.
Sadwana is speaking, you said who called them leader?
The chief security officer is talking. So
Ajale
you can't call
Koko,
him
you know your voice. You have a Mugbo voice, and you anyway, you don't know. Maybe you spend your entire youth smoking the gold. That's why you are making the damn one smoking the gold.
Settle down, Mike.
But I mean,
You know, I'm a good voice, and you're accusing me of being a
Settle
you
down
know.
now, Mike. You are
Maybe
One
you
man.
smoke the boy or youth. That's why you're taking me slow and smoking gold. I'm not.
igbó gíláàsì gangan ni kò ń ṣe ìtọ́ mix
I
pẹ̀lú
go.
kẹ́míkà wọ́n ti mú ìtọ́ mix kẹ́míkà tó ti da gbogbo agbárí ẹ̀ tó máa sọ nonsense
Oh,
ó máa sọ
one man.
wípé
I mean, if you go fast, I don't
Sadwana
know.
is nobody.
Hold on, Mike. Don't diss the Igbo voice. So one of my favorite artists is Orlando Owo. You know, you don't get a better voice.
You come here with a good voice and you're asking me of really one.
One man. I beg. With all the points we have made now, you cannot agree with us that the problem is ethnic because the number one man of that
is not ethnic. It's a crime problem we're contending with. Maybe that crime is
you know, we have the water bill. It's not a crime problem. The water bill is to take the water and how many kilometers.
In my own opinion, no, not
one man. This is more than criminality. This is terrorism.
Thank you.
The federal government have declared the bandits as terrorists. So, and they are all leaders and confirmed that yes, these people, 90%. If Sadwana can say this, if he can say it, Erufai said it. Masari said it. What else? What else do you want? And they even call on the bandit. Do you remember? These governors call on federal government several times. They put pressure to declare these people as terrorists so that the military can go after them. The National Assembly call on the federal government to declare them as terrorists so that the military can go after them and flush them out. So
one man, they say when
what are we talking about?
Wait, let me say one thing. Let me say one thing. One man, they say if Kelvin now they break into a house, and you are focusing on Jude, right? You keep focusing on Jude. Kelvin will continue to succeed in breaking into that house. You understand? So what I'm saying is, we don't know the fact, the bottom line of whoever is doing this thing. But we are concluding there is this one person. So what if you happen to be somebody else?
What is this guy talking about?
Whoever is doing it, we just continue to get away with it, you know? Because we focus all our mind on the Fulani tribe being the one doing everything.
What is this guy talking about?
I'm not saying I know who's doing it, but I'm saying is they haven't come to the.
I'm talking to you. I say if it is ESN, you know. If it is IPOB, you know. If it is Igbo, you know.
Well, when they confess that they're doing it, then I can accept that. Okay,
Mike, Green. Let me, let me respond to Mike, my brother. So, you know what they be say? If not be Fulani, they cause wahala. Then why are they, but they are the ones in government 100%. Why can't they find solution for them?
They are sent.
Yeah,
I'm
why
not
can't
saying
they?
it's not Fulani.
You
Hold me,
remember Mike
hold me.
said to
I'm
you,
not
Mike
saying
said
it's
to you,
Fulani or it's not
Mike
Fulani.
said to
What I'm
you,
saying is
Ajale
we
Koko.
haven't got to the bottom of
Yes.
the fact of who is doing what. And if we keep on
Mike
No,
said to
we have
you,
to go.
Mike,
We have
hold
to
on.
we have
Remember
to do
initially Mike
election.
said to you, Mike
We
said
will do
which leader?
election to know the people that do it. The people that
Hence
carry
is
the majority of the
Sadana
vote.
saying it. Hence is Sadana saying it. Hence is Gandoje saying it. Hence is Erufai saying it. Mike is not seeing those people as their leader. To speak like
He
that.
is the one that will
That
they are
is
the
say
why
leaders
it's
of
full
the
what
of
they
bandits,
think to
Abi.
confusion.
them.
Patani. You know Patani.
They are the leaders
Eh?
of the bandits. They are leaders of the people
Yes,
with
they are
Boko
the
Haram.
leaders.
They are
So,
the leaders of
and
Boko Haram.
they are
So if they
controlling the
speak for
government.
Boko Haram, I will believe them. Okay, they met them,
Yes.
Abi. They are the one that sent them to go and do it, Abi.
That is
So
where
now
Mike
they're
is
telling you,
anchoring
So
his
you know,
those
argument
leaders
so
on
are
you know
illiterate, man.
better
Those
than
leaders
them.
are dumb leaders, man. You
Eh?
can't be you
So
guys
you
stop.
know,
And I keep
so
telling
you
you
know
guys, stop
better than
following
them,
your
right?
leaders. Those people are leading you to they are leading you astray. They are leading
No,
you astray. The
Mikey. So
Africans keep
you know
following their
better
leaders.
than
They are
them.
leading you
You know
astray.
better than those
They will
people,
just
right?
tell you whatever they want.
You never even
They will
live in
pull
the north.
information from their
You
ass
never
and tell you,
travel
and
to
you'll
the
believe
north
it.
before. You cannot even speak the language. You could Vin is here. He spreads
I'm
most
using
of his
sense,
life
man.
in the
Forget
north.
language. You don't know how many languages you speak. I'm using common logic.
When the leaders
What
of
common logic can
people
this man?
are
What common
talking, you are
logic did
saying
this
they
And I
are
man
should
not
use?
their
believe them.
leader.
They
I
have
should
to do
believe them.
election for them so that
Onilo,
we will know.
They
But
are
if you
telling
Bagbena,
know,
something that
Oga
doesn't
Babangida,
make
Daniel,
sense to me, so I should believe them.
you don't want to
no,
believe.
if it
So
is ESN
who
or
do you
IPOB,
want to
you believe
believe?
them.
If it is
Mike.
CNN now, if
Don't
it is
forget.
TSN, it will believe. If we
No,
start
But
but
those ones are
running
not hiding. Those ones
running
come on
this
the
thing
they
Don't
come on
against
forget.
radio Biafra. They say
Biafra.
we are coming to do this. And at
man,
least
my
they come
brother,
on radio.
Mike.
you are
As
very
bandits,
biased.
as the Fulani come on radio, Fulani to tell us that hey, we
biased.
Fulanis, the Fulani
Mike,
tribe,
you are
Mike.
ethnically
we are going to
biased.
turn
Mike, please
Nigeria to
listen.
Somalia. They don't Fulani
Don't
haven't done
forget
that.
that good
So
driver
I have to
Hold
find out.
on, everybody. Hold
But
on,
IPOB come
everybody.
on
Let me give
radio
him
Biafra
one
to
point.
tell us they are coming
Please,
to
everybody.
Mike,
turn
you are
Nigeria to Somalia.
Everybody,
you
So
are
let me give him
it's
ethnically
two
one point.
different
biased.
things.
Just one point.
You are
Everybody,
not
please,
making any
please,
sense at all. You are
please, one
ethnically
man.
biased.
Come on now,
Ola,
guys. Come on,
Ola, let me
guys.
give him one
Hold
point.
on,
One point,
Ajale
please.
Koko. Hold on.
Ola,
Hold on,
when autumn,
Ajale Koko, please
eh?
hold on.
Okay.
Just too many instances, too many voices. Just nobody's hearing anything. And I've said this in the past. If 3-4 people are talking, every single one of those voices think that it is their voice that people are listening to. But what people are just hearing is a cacophony of noise. So if one person is speaking, just yield that space, then hold the thought, then counter it when they finish. So let's hear from Ajale Koko and let's sequence it so that people can hear us.
Yeah,
Ajale
you call
Koko.
me Amugu, another one. Go ahead.
Okay.
Mike, can
In
you stop
support,
this?
in support of what I said earlier, even Governor Otom, who is a middle belter, said this several times, that these people, these Fulanis, herdsmen, Fulani terrorists, Fulani national movement. They wrote letter to them several times to some villages that they are coming to attack them. And they will call on the police, they will call on the what do you call it? The presidency, and nothing is done. And these people actually carried out the attack several times. He have evidences of the letters they wrote to them. And after they carried that, aircraft as they promised to do. So what else do we want?
And the letter was signed by Fulani.
This man came out several times, and he said this thing on public television. He didn't hide it. And he's even accused the president of aiding and abetting, of covering these people. So what else do we want? What else? All the leaders in the north, including Sardiana, the most powerful leader. The what do you call it?
The spiritual leader. The supreme spiritual leader.
But Ajale Koko, would you not say all of these voices are essentially talking about criminality amongst the Fulani ethnic group? Is this not what they're talking about?
What they are talking about is more than criminality. It's the terrorism, because their people are being killed on daily basis. Last year, 2011, it was recorded only in the Southwest, over 10,000 people were killed as a result of this terrorist attack here and there. Only in the Southwest. We didn't talk of Southeast. Sorry, only in the Northwest. We didn't talk of Northeast. We didn't talk of North Central. Imagine 10 people killed as a result of incessant attack by these criminals. So that is terrorism. It's more than criminality. Criminality is what we usually know as armed robbery and stuff like that, and this, and they break into shop and hooliganism. Those are the things that were. But this one is more than that. They even have control of land. They control some local government, and they imposes head of villages and head of so and so there, and they're collecting taxes. What do you want to call that? That is more than criminality. Criminal does not impose leaders on district leader. They don't appoint district leaders for people and ask people, this is who you have to pay allegiance to, and this is who you have to pay tax to. That is what we never seen before. It's more than criminality. This is terrorism. This is the way terrorists operate everywhere. They conquer and they put in place their own authority. And they said that everybody, they force their authority on people. This is terrorism. This is the way terrorists operate. But ISIS, we saw the way they operate in Syria. This is their style. This is the way that Boko Haram operate. This is the way these people are operating too. And their leaders are calling on federal government to help, to come to their aid. And somebody will say that they are not their leaders that are calling. Mike, be reasonable, please.
Can I add to that?
Yes, sir.
You see, one thing is this: even before the leaders started accepting the reality, we the United States, when we are talking of international intelligence today, for example, nobody does it better than when you mention United States, or you want to mention people like the British and some international organization. These guys are ahead of time. They've already warned Nigeria. And these guys were even saying that these guys are the fourth, as at that time, they were the fourth largest terror organization within sub-Saharan Africa. This is a well-known international fact that the United Nations, the United States, everybody that are into that can be the watchdog of this or of the global community, they know all these facts. Then we had a like of what's this clergyman that used to shoot them before these bandits, before this thing, Gumi. If Gumi was testifying that these people are Fulanis, for example, he was even saying that they are everywhere, that the government knows about this thing. Then El-Rufai made the analysis of how he even moved from Nigeria, and he traced them beyond Nigeria, that he even tried to settle them. This guy said they are Fulani. Samuel Autumn said these guys are Fulani. He showed a letter on national TV that, okay, this is from the
no, that's not the question. The question is it an ethnic contention or a criminal contention? So what you are saying is that this criminality is isolated to an ethnicity, but is it that doesn't still address it?
It's criminal with motives. Now, before some people perpetrate crime, they have their motive. There's something that is propelling them. So these guys, they are committing the crime in an attempt to take over the whole space. They want to control space.
So it's a land grab.
It's a land grab that they are using terrorism as their tools, as a weapon.
So that's still a crime problem.
Exactly, it's a crime. So when you say terrorism is a form of crime. It's just an escalated level of crime. So it's criminal.
Omar, let me say one thing.
Even Buhari himself has never denied these people for once. When people told Buhari, what Buhari said? He said he was laughing that if you know what these people went through in the forest, that hyena used to kill some of them. That you see, we don't have to deny this thing. The owner of the criminals, the people that are within the community of these criminals, those people that these criminals are their children, they know that their children are the criminals. So we don't just have to debate that.
No. Well, we can debate it, but what we are debating is it a crime problem? But and what seems to be coming out is that it is a crime problem. But let's say
Now,
from a
I'll just
yeah
say, I'll say,
yeah
let
go
me
on.
say this. I'll just say the reason why you can't conclude is because in Nigeria, they don't investigate anything. That's the thing. They don't investigate anything. Even I remember when I think one of the US ambassador in Nigeria was saying things happen, but the problem in Nigeria is the government does not investigate anything. They do no investigation. So that's why I keep telling you that it's a very dangerous thing to keep just concluding on things that haven't been investigated and haven't been factually proven. Because if we don't get to if we keep pointing finger at something that we're not sure is a fact, because the real thing that's happening will continue to, it might become even worse. You understand? So if we're not sure of what happened, we can't just make that. We should stop making conclusions.
When the people
We
in
should
the
just say,
community are
wait,
saying
now
these
let
are
me
the
talk. Now I'm
people
not talking to
committing
you.
this
Let me just make my
what are you
point, man.
talking about?
Hold on. Ajanle Koko, please hold on. Yeah.
Woman,
Let
can I
Mike
talk afterwards?
Now,
yes, let Mike conclude, then we hear from X0. Yeah.
yeah. So now, even I just like they keep saying that this leader said this, that leader said that. I've heard those leaders say it, and then when I go do kind of like do a research on why they said it, what they investigated, and how they did their finding, I always discover that this leader actually did no investigation. Just came out to say whatever comes out of their house, And I'm like, this is very dangerous. That's why none of these problems has been solved for the past 12 years because they don't do any investigation.
All right. Thank you, Mike. I think Celibi is agreeing with you. But X0, yes, you were keen to say.
Yes, woman, please. There's something we are not really looking into. Like I said this, and I'm still repeating it, is an ethic problem. Now, if you look at all the presidents from the South, look at their inroads into the North, and you see that they've not been able to govern the North. I mean, the presidents, they've never been able. The North had always had radicals that can talk back at the president, and nothing will happen. I'm telling you the truth. Now, again, there was this instance where after this Otom was having problem and was trying to explain to the president. There was a particular Yoruba man, I think that was the head of the Ninas. He was aware of a situation where they approached a Fulani leader about the encroachment of their lands, the lands in the south by the cattle rearers. And you know what he said to the man? They said the man said to them that, yeah, these lands can belong to you today, and tomorrow they can belong to someone else, meaning that the lands could be taken over and the ownership changes. In the world of today, how can you take somebody's ancestral land? And we are saying this is an ethnic problem. If you isolate the Fulani cattle rearing
But
now
that
and take
sounds,
it
that
out
sounds
of
like a land grab, doesn't it?
yeah, but it's still a crime, but it's particularly because of a practice, an ethnic practice. If you remove the Fulani cattle movement, do you think we'll have any of these problems today? Yeah, there you go.
We probably would, but
From the Igbo man or from the Yoruba cattle rearer.
It's not just capoeira. It's not just
No,
capoeira.
I want my answer him now.
No. Solly wants to answer. So Solly answer, yeah. Solly, yeah.
It is not just capoeiras that attack. You can't just say, oh, if there are no capoeiras, that won't solve any problem. If it's not capoeiras, it will be another problem. They will surely find.
Well, which problem?
They will create it. Is
so
that not the job
without
of this?
the capoeira problem, Nigeria will be crime free?
No,
that's what.
But we will not have this much killings.
We will.
This is exacerbated. We have so much killing going on.
This is why they are called evil geniuses. They will always find another way to get what they want. Now they are facing you with cattle. That is why you can say cattle. If there was no cattle, they will find another way. So I don't.
But we are discussing this issue because it is too much. Too much. That's why we are even discussing this. Before now, there was problems, of course, there was crime. But right now, this crime is like we are at war with a particular crime. Kidnappings and killings.
Maybe this is one of our problems also. We as Nigerians also, we wait till a problem is unbearable before we start addressing it. Maybe
but this particular one has the backing of the president.
That's what we are saying.
The president
did not fully
an ideology.
The president, yes, the president did not fully endorse it and say, I am backing it. If he's backing it, then they will be all over the country. You know,
but
you go look at what the president is battling with Governor Autumn. You don't even you have to listen to what's been happening. There's an attack on the staff.
As Governor Autumn paid all the salaries in his state.
Oh my God, man!
You know they are attacking Katsina as well. Especially when Buhari went to visit and they targeted just that moment to fully embarrass him in Katsina, where they swept through, ravaged a few spaces, kidnapped children. That they, that was in Katsina, which is the heartland of the Fulanis.
Of course, Buhari's APC promised these people a lot of things when they wanted to use them to cause problems. They didn't fulfill them. So they went into kidnapping. So they're kidnapping everybody, including movement of their cattle, which some of them no longer go with their cattle now. They are now tasted money. So they are strictly into kidnapping. They're kidnapping bosses of people. And these people are complaining, they are confessing every day that the people that kidnapped them were speaking Fulani language. What are we saying?
Yeah. See, if because there are Fulanis all over Africa, These Fulani.
How many Fulanis you know? Fulanis are not so many. Don't even go there. There are not so many in Africa.
Okay, there are not so many in Nigeria too, but they are everywhere and they are not committing these crimes everywhere. The problem is the Nigerian government. Because this
how did you arrive at that?
Let me finish.
Central Africa, everywhere.
Let me finish. I am going to tell you how I arrived at that. A group of people came to a land where the government does not protect people, no matter what. What do you expect them? What do you expect them to do? What really do you expect from them? This is
so you're an adult now. You should know that these people have the backing of the government.
No. If a snake comes and is looking for an egg and it doesn't find the bird there, of course it will eat the egg. But if the bird is there to protect the egg, the snake may be sent away. Your government is allowing this to happen. Anybody can do it. It can be Fulani, it can be any other person.
They even drove them away in one state in the southwest. They came back with the military to flog them. One man, you know of this story. They chased them away from their farm. They brought the military to come and beat the whole village. What are you saying? There's a back in
It is your government that is allowing these people to commit this crime.
Can I ask you a question? See, gradually you are coming back to what we are saying that Buhari, for example, is supporting these people. Well, you are coming back to it. Now that anybody can do it, see, we know that when things escalate, some people take advantage. They take up, but the things that you have to think about, who are the core people that started this thing, and what's the reason? These guys started their terrorism for a reason, and forget about fewer people. That's why when Agalego was saying that their leader said 90% of these bandits and all these people are Fulani, for example, it simply means that there are about 10% people that have seen opportunity of making money in this type of criminality. So now the focus now is
no. Sorry, what did you just say? What mathematics did you just present there?
Now I said when Agalego said that the leaders in the north agree that at least 90% of those people in this banditry are from Fulani ethnic group. So that means that.
And you believe them, Abi?
Hold on now. I wanted to hear. Yeah, go on.
So that means that there are at least some other groups too that see opportunity in this criminality to make money, right? But the major thing is this: the people that constitute the majority of this criminality started for a purpose. That's where the focus is now. Because we are dealing with majority. You forget, we know that some Ekiti people, some Igbo people, some Yoruba people, they join the criminality. No doubt about that. But this thing started from somewhere. And where this thing started, their leaders who have access to security votes, the like of El-Rufai said, it took several months, almost a year to investigate, and they even traced this thing out even far beyond Nigeria. Autumn with his own security, with his own information to say he traced this thing. CIA informed us ahead of time, and we are saying they never investigated, for goodness sake. What type of investigation are we talking about?
I don't know.
No, but what are you talking about? I don't still. Where are you going to with what you're saying?
What I'm talking about is that when Soli is saying that anybody can do this, that is blaming that, okay, it's our government that is not protecting us. And I'm not saying Soli is now going back to the same thing where we said Buhari is protecting these Fulani people. So when we say Buhari is protecting, then you don't need to argue against it. When you are saying our government prefers, so that means that you are agreeing with those people that said that these criminals are sending about people away.
Do you know that Buhari has launched Tucano jets against these people?
Until I see the result, one man. Because no, see, until I see the result. Because why did I say so? Even look at during the last media interview, you understand, where they were saying everything. But immediately you mention IPOP, you will see the countenance of that man immediately. But when you mention Fulani and all those things, you will see the way we by dancing around it. So
exactly,
now, if I see the same body language, with that Tucano jet, I'll be fine. But this one, okay, even since they've launched this Tucano jet now, what is the outcome? But if Python dance, if a Python dances in the east today, we see the casualty. Now,
Tucano jet. Hold on. There's a YouTuber called Indigo Traveler. He's a guy from New Zealand. He travels all over the world, hopping from one country to country, bringing you their culture. So he was in Kano recently, and if you go and watch his last Kano video, you will see those jets doing then you will see what you are saying until you see it. You will see it. So he has nothing to stake in anything. He's just a passerby. Yeah, but he will show you the jets.
Those jets are not doing anything now. They are not doing anything.
They're not doing anything. No, they're on their way to pick up chicken and chips. Yeah. What
how come the military is operating in Nigeria to deal with these people, and even the national TV will not even cover it?
I've just told you now. I mean,
one man, what you are saying, let me tell you something. Abubakar Malami said in his recent interview that they are trying to do gazette on the use of this Tucano before they can start using it against the bandit. So that means
it will take forever.
Yeah, so that means they have not started using it against them.
No.
Because according to him in that interview,
we're all aware. The Americans needed to approve for them to deploy it, and what he was saying was that they now have the approval. So all they need to do is they are now formalizing the paperwork to deploy it. But that is, and the agreement was to deploy it against the bandits and no one else, because the Americans are closely monitoring that.
But they have not started because they are trying to gazette it.
But Tucano is not the only fighter jet that they have in Nigeria. And if you go and, I'm not even asking anybody to take my word for it. Just go and look at that guy's video, and you will see the fighter jets parading all over that space, looking to drop on somebody. And that wasn't a news clip, or that was just some travel log guy that just captured that in passing. So
yes, we have information too.
Will get those things. What happened to the mainstream news portals in Nigeria?
We have information too from villagers that have been ravaged by all this banditry and terrorists, that sometimes Nigerian aircraft will come, hover around on the air, and they will drop this thing
on
they
civilians.
Will drop their bomb on a target where these people were not existing, and they won't drop it where they are existing. These are what these people said, villagers. I watched the video. So if their air attack against these people is really working, they're supposed to have wiped all of them out. But these people are increasing.
How so?
What I'm saying is that if Nigerian aircraft,
do you know that it's a gorilla? Do you know it's a gorilla? Do you know it's a gorilla insurgency?
They have, Nigeria have Alpha Jet and some other jet that have reconnaissance. They have some reconnaissance aircraft that can monitor the space and see where they gathered, the particular spot where they gathered, and they can target them right there from distance away.
Do you know that these people, do you know they operate in satellite units?
Yes, they operate in satellite units. The military, if you have a good air force, they can monitor them and
so they cannot be wiped out, is it? And do you know that these people, they are not one umbrella. They are a satellite
They could be wiped out if you have a coordination. Hold on, one man. They can. What do you mean? If you have a good military.
Should I say what I mean? If you had like our 500 units of 50 to 70 satellite units that move in a gorilla formation, these are smash and grab operators now. They are smash and grab.
Let me tell you, they could be wiped out. They could be wiped out.
So it's not as though they're wiped out.
They could be wiped out if you have a coordinated attack by the military from the air and on the ground, and you have simultaneous attack from different states on their target, you will wipe them out within a week. But when you have you can wipe them out within a week. But when you don't have a well-coordinated military, then it will look like they cannot be wiped out. It can be wiped out. Are they not wiped out in Iraq? Are these guys as stronger as ISIS? Were they not wiped out by United States?
ISIS are not wiped out. ISIS are not wiped out. ISIS are not wiped out.
Where is ISIS today? Where is ISIS today?
Even Taliban take back Afghanistan. America fought Taliban for 20 years. They can't wipe them out.
Yes.
They can't wipe them out.
Taliban is not a terrorist. They are freedom fighters.
Don't forget Ajani Koko. Ajani Koko. Don't forget that we are dealing with black race. They don't give a damn about black race. If it's in Iraq, they will go there because they are white people. And for black people, they want to wipe us out so that so they can come and take over our resources.
Okay.
That's why you see that they are digging from
let our military man talk.
Hold on. They are digging gas pipeline from Sapele, from Benin, from Wari, from Port Harcourt to Niger, to Morocco. So that one will go over to Germany. It will go to England, to everywhere, because they need our gas. Right on.
Okay. You see, one man.
And what is wrong with that? What is wrong with
one man, let me respond.
It's very wrong. It's very wrong because that is why they want to wipe us out. But in the case of Iraq, they regard them as their brothers. Come and see how they treat them in Germany here. The Arab women, they are having 7 children. They give them like 10,000 a month. And then they are on double apartment.
Okay, hold on.
Black people do that. But the black people, they are being forced to go and work, even though they are pregnant.
Who is forcing them? Let me start in talk, please.
One man. It is not difficult to wipe them out because these are terrorist cells. Listen to me carefully. These are terrorist cells. Even if they are 1 million, they can be coordinated. There is a graph we draw using the grade reference and everything. In fact, now there you can use Google and everything. You see, when I was in Liberia and Syria alone, these are the places I want to give you a very emphatic evidence of what we did there. It is difficult, quite all right, to fight asymmetric.
What's the landmass of Sierra Leone or Liberia?
Listen to me. No matter the landmark,
it's strong.
I'm coming. Can you just allow me to make my point now?
Sambisa Forest is bigger
one man, do you want to question?
One man, listen to me. One man, listen to me.
Nigeria
It
fought
is
in
easy.
Liberia, in Cote d'Ivoire,
Sambisa Forest is
in
bigger than
all those
Sierra Leone and
places.
Liberia
And
combined.
Nigeria
It
secured
doesn't
all
It's
those
matter.
bigger
places.
than Wales. Those
Listen,
But
Sambisa
now
Forest
But
alone.
who is taking it to
But
military man?
listen.
no is all of those countries
When a
combined
military
and
man is
fight.
Look,
talking, I
I'm
know
coming.
people are saying
I'm
that
coming.
it's
I
not
beg,
taking
they
Listen.
call
the military to the military man.
Nigeria Sophie
Do
soldiers.
not,
Who's gonna
do
do
not,
anything?
do not, do
Nigeria
One
not
military
man, you
call
want to
everything.
listen to
underestimate.
Mike that never
Let's
fought any war
do
before.
not.
Mike is a
Or
toy soldier
Vin,
now. Mike
that
is a
already
toy
I don't know
fought.
whether Mike
soldier.
is a soldier before that.
No,
I'm
he's a,
He's
just
he's a
never
toy
been.
They
soldier.
use the
He was
kind
watching
soldier.
let
Make
me
make
tell
you
you
DDT.
guys
one
do
thing.
He
Nigerian army
was
sleepweight
watching
and
DDT.
learn how
There's
to
something I
kill
would like to
civilians.
tell
That's
you,
all.
one
You
man.
guys don't learn anything.
American
Nigerian army is
military.
When
family.
you when you
You guys
are
the operation.
when you are
Come on,
fighting,
guys.
Pharaoh,
Come
now
on
wait,
now.
now two more
God.
voices.
This is the thing. Now nobody heard
Mr. Vin,
anything
please
that.
stop.
Yeah.
when you see one man, forget about the size. That is why they call them area. They have what they call area reconnaissance gadgets. They only need the coordinates. They need the coordinates no matter the amount of the cells that you have in those areas. It doesn't matter the size. You see, in Liberia, they use coordinates, and once these coordinates go, this surveillance planes goes in and take their pictures. Then they will come out to plot the coordinates and hit them without even wasting time. And there are other ways you can do that. They can monitor their movement. When they monitor their movement, they will pinpoint them wherever they are and they hit them on the move. These are how they do it. What is happening in Nigeria is that they don't want to hit them. If you look at what they did in Niger State, instead of hitting them, they hit a wedding ceremony. There is lackadaisical attitude on the side of the military. Your military has refused to do what we did in the. We fought in an unknown place. I don't know Liberia before, but I fought there using compass and grid references. I fought in Sierra Leone. I don't know that place, those places. I fought there with compass and grid references. What happened in Nigeria? Are you not fighting in your own town? Why will you tell me that you don't know the terrain that you are fighting? I was in Nguruyobe State. I was in Nguruyobe State.
Well, you might not, because Nigeria is a large mass.
It is not true. It is not true. What I'm telling you today is this: go and ask any Air Force, even there where you are, you have access to all this Air Force. Go and ask the Air Force Department there how they detect these terrorist cells and eliminate them. It's simple. The only thing is that your government has no political will to do it. Thank you.
Vin, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, sir.
You said you fought. Okay, in what year did you go on this?
1802. 1802.
Okay. Let me tell you. Okay,
wait,
listen.
Please, I want to listen.
No, listen. Okay, listen. We fought when we used. In fact, these modern technologies, were not even there at that time. They were still using the Alpha jets.
Yes,
and
but
you know
what year was
it? They were fighting with bayonets. They were fighting with bayonets.
That is 1993, 94. I was in Liberia from 1990.
Okay.
To 1998, and in Sierra Leone, 2000 to 2002.
And those aircraft are reconnaissance aircraft.
Yeah, they were built. They built with the reconnaissance, and now you have modern, well advanced. The ones Obasanjo bought. There are 3, I think, some helicopters Obasanjo bought. Those ones they call, I think, what Mike? Is it Mike 34, Mike 22, or 32 or thereabout? They are capable of hitting their targets even at 5, let me just say, within 1,000 meters.
Okay. Now, Vin, do you believe that the current soldiers we have right now are at the same level as the soldiers that were with you during that time?
Yes. I don't have any doubt about that.
You believe that they are the same grade, the same amount of knowledge, the same amount of discipline?
Exactly.
Are you sure?
Exactly.
Are you sure?
Exactly. Yes,
but the commander is there. Thomas,
let me tell you.
The commanders are there. The commanders.
Let me tell you the reason why I say they are even better than us that time. We will consider us that time as analog. Now they are the modern soldiers that you have, and they are trained with the modern equipments and training gadgets that you can, there are things that I see them doing now that we did not do, but we had successes in all our operations. The problem is your country. Your country has refused to fight the people.
I did a lot of research on that Sierra Leonean and Liberian missions that you guys did. You guys killed 80% civilians. I do a lot of research.
Look, Mike, let me tell you one thing. I do not know.
Let me tell you. Where did you get your information from?
Mike, listen. I do not know. Mike, you are not
right. But when Sadwana of Chototo is saying this, you don't believe that. Mike, in the same city with those people.
Listen to me.
Mike is a private investigator.
There is what we call collateral damage. Listen. If you don't know, let me tell you.
80%.
Nigeria Army wiped out villages. The same way they did in Biafra war now. The way they fought that war in Sierra Leone and Liberia was exactly how they fought that war in Biafra. They fly the aircraft, they take a picture, they will see, they will suspect area and say those ones are rebels.
Even with the highly
and they will just bomb the whole place.
Hello. We cannot hear. One at a time.
Can you see what is going on? A soldier just told you how they do recon and everything. And what Mike is doing is go and pick holes in his.
Mike is a soldier too.
Mike is not a soldier.
I did it. The same way they fought the Biafran war, the same way they fought the war. Are you denying that Nigerian army didn't kill?
Let me tell you one thing. And if you are once a soldier, you will know what I'm talking about.
Now they kill Biafran soldiers. Are you arguing? They are just bombing civilians like hell. They will say, I don't know why Nigerian army does things now.
Well, you see, but have you ever done any investigation before you do this? But you are asking for investigation in the other side. My brother, let me tell you, you are not a
yes, I did my research and I know exactly.
You see, the
only reason they were the one that sent Nigeria to Sierra Leone and Liberia. That's the only reason they didn't charge Nigeria war crimes.
What?
The same way they did in Biafra, where they will fly, they will suspect a civilian area, they will just bomb all the civilians there. And no Biafra soldier would die. It's just thousands of civilians. That's exactly what they did in that rebel area in Sierra Leone and Liberia.
Let me tell you.
So you're coming here telling us, man, I know you guys.
You don't know nothing. You don't know nothing. And you are difficult to listen. You cannot learn. You don't know and you don't want to learn. Other people are listening to you. Other people, if I finish, then you dig hole, you punch your holes. What I'm trying to tell you, even with all these advanced chip-guided precision, highly precision weapons, bomb and ballistic missiles that they are surface-to-surface missiles that they use, innocent people will always die. In a war, innocent people will die, and innocent people will always die. What do you mean?
He said 80%. He said 80% is.
How do you know it's 80%?
Collateral damage is if it's more than 10%, then that's.
Look, we don't use. That is what we call. We observe Geneva Convention, and if people listen, if
you guys didn't do it during the Biafran war, I know that for sure. So how would you do it in Liberia?
How would they do? How would they say? How would they do? How would they commit? The world is not talking about it.
Thank you for your service. Don't listen to all these. All these jam-head people. Don't listen to them. Just leave them alone.
Mike wasn't a soldier.
Don't listen to all this
I want to say something to you. Being in a conventional war, right? In a conventional war.
Yes, sir.
If 80% the casualty is civilian, is very bad. But I don't know how credible Mike findings are, you know.
It's not credible. It's just making up.
Jiro, are you falling into Mike propaganda?
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't know how credible it is because
let me clear the air. Let me clear the air. Ejiro, let me clear the air.
Mike reads the same history books as Black League.
all the one man, all the Liberians and the Sierra Leoneans, they always respect us. They thank us every day.
Just go and
Hello.
It's only wait.
Like the Liberian people and the Sierra Leoneans, they always thank us here. Whenever you meet them, they will say, oh, thank you. You are from Nigeria, they will say respect. Thank you very much. We will have Sani Abacha Road, Obasanjo Road in Liberia and Sierra Leone. They respected us. So that means it's a capital lie.
That's the Freetown area. The Freetown. Where that's the
No. All the Liberians have ever met in England, everywhere, in Germany. They always thank us that we did a great job for them. They respect us. So that is lie.
Don't Nigeria thank Nigerian army for defeating Ojukwu soldier, but does it mean the way they
forget about Biafra war? That is 100 years ago.
Does it mean the way they carry out the war on the battlefield? It was the right.
You know, Mike, you are my brother, but don't try to dislocate the discussion every time. You are dislocating everything. It's not so good.
I'm telling you the facts.
It's not for joke. We are looking for a solution to our problem. Because we are speaking from our comfort zone. Our people are dying.
Tony, please let me ask Mike one thing.
Ask him, BT. Thank you.
Look at this from this angle. If he talks, even without telling me that he served in the military, I can suspect that he was a military man. Now, Mike, you are a researcher now. You made a research into what happened in Liberia war as how Nigeria made.
He said extensive research, or he said
research.
Not just a researcher. Mike is anchor it with a military experience. Mike said it was a former military.
He's competing with Fayemi now because that one too did extensive in the when you come up for war or something. But what I'm saying is this: when you are saying you made your research,
I think Mike said he's a military. Is Mike a military guy truly?
Yeah, that's what I said.
My question is this, man. You guys don't really need me. You guys don't need me to convince you that
Mike is man of war.
You don't need me to convince you that Nigerian army did what I'm telling you that they did in Sierra Leone and Liberia. Just go to a village in Nigeria. Go to OD and ask them.
Are you a military man?
Go to OD and go and ask them. This one is not even wartime.
Mike have said this time and time again here that
in the Niger Delta. That one they don't tell you that. I don't need. You don't need me to convince that.
Wait. Mike said he's a military man. Is his word.
Yes.
But I've not seen by their fruit you shall know them. Perfect.
His language is not even like military man.
No, it doesn't mean it's any
no. First of all, I'm not here to convince you that I'm a military man. Forget about that. Don't worry about me.
How come you don't know the meaning of it
now?
No, it doesn't mean it's any lies. I just want to be very careful.
Okay, I'm not a military man. Let's move on. Okay.
No, I'm not even disputing.
Okay,
I'm not military man. Let's move on. Okay, how about that?
Mike, please convince me.
I just told you I'm not a military man. Let's move on.
No, as a researcher now, if you made a research, you publish it, you want to convince people for people to believe you, and that one will be the basis.
No, I didn't come here to convince anybody. I just tell you what I know. So
I have one question for you, Mike. What is a Tucano jet?
Are
you in America? What's a Tucano jet? This guy got the call here. They call live for us.
No, you see, the one that I've picked up with Mike and Black League is that they paint it, but then they add so much embellishment and then they paint again. So Mike is a Picasso.
No, he's telling you what.
So what's the embellishment that Nigeria did for me?
You said you did research and not just
Nigeria Army don't have to. They don't listen. Nigeria Army was designed by the British.
Now people are pushing you. You are trying to step back from your extensive research.
What are they pushing? What are they exactly pushing? Who's pushing what? What are they pushing?
Are you a military man?
Hold on. You said 80%.
I said no. So what else do you want?
And Liberia is collateral damage, which is quite a very controversial thing to say. But then you said you did
very controversial.
Research. Yeah, we've said 80%.
So you need me to tell you the Nigerian army kill more civilians than actually who they're going after. For you to believe it.
I didn't do extensive research, but you did extensive research.
No, listen. You don't need me to tell you the Nigerian soldiers committed massacre in Sierra Leone for you to even believe it. Look at Lekki massacre. What they do in Nigeria alone is enough for you to know that anywhere they go, they will do wars to others and non-Nigerians. So you don't need me to convince you. You understand what I'm
Okay,
saying? So now I'm not here to tell you to believe it or not.
Nigerian
But
police.
I
Nigerian police.
just tell
They
you
been
something. Don't
adjudged.
believe it. Go and do your own research. I'm not here to tell you to believe
Nigerian
what I'm telling you.
police.
Just
They
go and
be
do your own
adjudged to
research.
be
did
one
not
of
do
the
any
best in the
research.
world.
Mike,
did
we
not.
didn't do
They did
any
not do.
research.
They did not
Wait,
Okay,
investigate.
you are just
wait.
talking.
The Nigerian soldier
If
rape a lot of
you
the
do
Aluna girl.
research,
Let
if you
babies
want,
there.
let me
You
tell
have
you,
head like Ajale Koko said.
I spent 3 years, 8 months. Look, Mike,
How many
spent 3
Aluna girls
years.
you rape there? You know.
Yes,
Listen to me.
you
You
have
are
that
becoming
habit
to
as
then
well.
your
How many,
statement
how
is
That
many
becoming
language is very
childish.
strong on YouTube, please.
Okay, your
That language
statement
is
is
very strong
becoming
on YouTube.
very, very childish.
See, let me ask Mike
This
a
is what you're
question.
saying.
Let me ask Mike a question. Thing.
One man,
See,
do you hear that tweet that Mike said?
Yeah,
He
Mike,
said, how
you are on
many
a,
Sierra Leonean girls did you
hold
rape?
on, don't repeat it now. Eh? Mike, you're on a warning, no, you're on a warning. Yeah.
Please, no, I beg, don't let
One man, you need to
let's
give him.
suspend
You need to
this.
give Mike a strike. Yeah, you need to give him a
Yes.
strike.
Give him the
You're
other
on a
guy.
strike. You're on a strike.
Ejiro, you are saying because of how Nigerian military behave in Nigeria, we should judge them based on how they perform at the international level. Now, Nigerian
Are you
police,
talking to me or not? I never said that. Point of correction, not me. I never said
no,
that.
Mike, not you, Mike. Now, Nigerian police, they be adjudged one of the best in the world by the United Nations because of the services at the international, at the global level. You understand? Now, can we
Where are you getting that from?
Oh,
again, no, that's so.
okay. Yeah,
There be open information for the
online.
phone.
I will pull it and I will send it to you. Yeah. Once I can say they adjudge Nigerian police as one of the best.
But we're not talking about police now. We are talking about.
Call me. You say we should use what our military is doing at home to judge what they will do at the international level. I'm telling you now, SARS are killing people at home. If they are killing people at the international level, with United Nations now adjudge them as one of the best. That is exactly what I'm telling you.
First of all, listen, let me tell you about UN peacekeeping mission is the difference. The commanders are not Nigerians. First of all,
this your research that you've
Who
done.
told you?
Honestly, I want
the
to
commanders in the peacekeeping mission, UN peacekeeping mission are not Nigerians. When we are talking about this, we are not Liberian war. The commanders were all Nigerians.
Hold on, Vin, you cannot query Mike now. He has done extensive research.
There is what we call commanders. There is what we call contingent commanders, and contingent commanders are being controlled by the said nation that provide those soldiers. That's what we call contingent commanders.
Does he know what contingent commander mean?
My goodness, this guy.
Is your name even Mike? How come you're
hold on, repeat what you just said. I didn't hear you. Repeat what you just said.
In Sudan, therefore in Sudan, Nigerians are respected. In Somalia, all the Somalians here, they are very happy. The top of Obasanjo, Nigeria was having a battalion in Mogadishu. There was no Al-Shabaab, you know. But the Yadwa did not continue. That is why we have with Jonathan. They just negate the whole places.
Tony, listen. You see, what we are saying here is this. Bottom line. I don't want to go on this marathon, race with somebody that will tell me that a different country will control or command a soldiers or armed men, soldiers from a different country. Without taking
in the UN peacekeeping mission,
Nigerians are respected.
I'm not talking about African. I'm talking
Hold on. They don't hold on. You made your point.
On the top,
you made your point.
When it comes to commanding, I'm talking level of commanding officers, level of battalion commanders. They don't allow Africans. They don't even trust you guys there.
We are the best. Nigerians are the best abroad.
That's what they put Africans. You understand?
Listen to me.
And they watch you closely to make sure you don't.
Who was the second in command? Who was the second in command in Umprofora in Yugoslavia? United Nations Peace Protecting Force in Yugoslavia.
Yeah,
who was the second in command?
Second in command.
Yugoslavia, not in Africa.
Not in Africa. And they were judged. Look, let me tell you. Look, one man. They were judged. The Nigerian contingent commanded by Brigadier General, former. He was the Brigadier General at that time. Brigadier General Musa Bamei they were adjudged the best. Because of that, instead of them to serve for 1 year, they kept them there for 2 years. This is in Europe, in Croatia. What are you telling me? I say the problem we have is this, that your government has refused to take that political bold step to erase these people. What does it take to erase a ragtag terrorist elements? What does it take?
Hold on. Vin, you say the political will is not there, but this is a problem that the country has been contending with since Obasanjo. Obasanjo, a Yoruba man. Good luck, Jonathan, a Delta man. So I mean, you know.
But what we are facing now is worse than what those people faced.
Yeah, but it got progressively worse now. What Obasanjo
but that
was
is
facing,
exactly the reason why they voted a general.
What Jonathan faced is worse than what Obasanjo faced now.
That is the reason why. Yeah, that is the. You see, everybody, they said the fowl can only bleed according to the size of its gizzard. That was the reason why they voted this man, Mr. Integrity and a general, to come and solve the problem. But rather than solving that problem, he has escalated the problem. Now you don't just have Boko Haram, you have a multiplicity of terrorist cells spreading down to south.
All right. All right, thank you, Vin. So, guys, we have hit the 4-hour mark. So, sadly, I want to seek to round it off. So, I'll start taking closing remarks. And if you guys can help me out and just rapid through it, so we can just cap it and tag it to reconvene for later tomorrow. So, we start to bag it and tag it. And we start that bagging and tagging from Tony. So, Tony, your words.
Okay, good night. So anyway, I think we don't try today. Say all the discussion so far is about how we can be able to unite the southern Nigeria, because at the end of the day, there's no way we can be able to change these people's ways of life. So let us just from tonight, please let us, especially Mike, because the only one that disagree now. Please let us work together. I beg. If you get Igbo friend, embrace him, talk to him or her. Let us come together. That's all. Thank you, sir. And then meanwhile, today it's not so impressive with the thumb up, because people are not, probably because it's not a weekend. So anyway, but the treasure, we could see the push and they push that button and thumb up. Okay, good night to everybody.
All right, Tony. Always a delight in your company. So that was Tony. So from Tony, we go on to Solly. Solly, your words.
Well, we didn't really talk about most of the topics, but yeah, I agree that an Igbo presidency is not what we should be focusing on right now. And NNAMDI KANU, like I said, his case is going to be pushed till after the election. With Osinbajo, I think eventually, in the long run, both Osinbajo and Tinubu would step down, because, especially Tinubu, because of the many, hurdles he's going to face, and they will put another man and support that man. And that's all I have to say for tonight.
All right, thank you, Solly. Yes, we didn't actually touch that. I think it was only really with D that I touched on the topic. But then, as I often say, these sessions, they just take on an organic life of themselves. I try to reel it in sometimes, but you see how difficult it is. Just how many times have I said, guys, let's just hear what you. So that's just, and so sometimes I come across as the bad guy wanting to throw his weight around, but I'm just trying to have some order to it. But thank you, Solly. So from Solly, we go on to Ejiro. Ejiro, your words.
One man, thank you very much for tonight, and it's interesting section tonight. Anyway, my closing remark, believe it or not, poverty is a political strategy. In my view, I think the only way the youth can get that #1 seat as the president of the country is if the youth, if they are able to infiltrate the two known political parties of the country, which is APC and PDP. That is the only way. But that will only happen come 2027, because as things stand now, due to late planning in that regards, I think the youth has missed that chance. They are off the track at the moment. So remember, the managers of our system knows the weakness of the system. The weakness is that the people are hungry. people are impoverished, and it does not seem perhaps that's deliberate. Thank you very much, guys. Good night. Thumb up and share.
No. What do you mean good night? You know the tradition now. You know the tradition. Oh yeah now. Come on. Is it every time we have to beg you?
2023 is going to be very interesting. No gentleman at all. 2023, gentleman, no go. 2023, gentleman, no go. You call your people thief, gentleman, no go. 2023, gentleman, no go.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, Ejiro. We will release that album one of these days. We must. Thank you, Ejiro. So from Ejiro, we go on to Vin. Vin, your words.
Thank you, one man, and thank you for this platform that God, made you to open up for people to express their views, no matter how, bad they sound. And it is. I'm congratulating you, and we have to do more, at least to keep this platform going. I would like to say that there is a lot of injustices going on in Nigeria, and we must join hands together to fight these injustices, because injustice to one is an injustice to all. Thank you. If you have not stumbled or press the like button, do that immediately so that this platform will keep moving. And I would like to see a situation where this platform will be recording up to 500 to 1,000, 10,000. Thank you, and God bless all of you and to our listeners.
All right, thank you, Vin. So you heard the words from Officer. That is a direct order from Officer Vin. So you must, you cannot disobey military. You know the consequences. So if you have no thumbs up, it's up to you. Direct order from Officer Vin. But before we go on, let me acknowledge Alexander Super Chat, which has been sitting there. But he was speaking actually to what we were saying about the social security systems then. And what Alexander Super chatted to say was that Ghana, in fact, Vin, just let Vin go. I'm not sure if Vin has a thought on this. It says Ghana has a very sophisticated social security system. So do you have, thank you for that, Alexander. But do you have a social security system in Ghana? Just very briefly, if you do, how does it work? Very briefly.
Yes, we have, and we call it SNIT. We call it SNIT. Anybody that is employed, if you are gainfully employed, you will subscribe to it. And most often, the other people at the lower cadre also have their own. It is basic, and it cut across all the strata here in Ghana. Yes, we call it SNIT.
All right. Thank you. So SNIT is the system in Ghana. So thank you for that. And thank you for the super chat, Alexander. Alexander never speaks to what he doesn't know. And he doesn't even do extensive research. He just knows. Ola, you do extensive research and you know your words, Ola.
Me, I don't do extensive research. Otherwise,
extensive researcher, Ola.
I would have got a PhD. I would have got a PhD if I do extensive research. So let's thanks everyone for participating. We really enjoy, and the session provoked serious thought, and I think many people are listening to us. And I've seen some situation whereby I think some people actually pick some conversation from this and they develop it in the media. So it's telling us how important this forum is. Even for the fact that when you walk throughout the day and you are tired, and this forum bring you to your desk and you still take time to watch it, that means it's offering us a lot. So based on that, I just plead to us to let's thumb up, like I keep saying, let's spread the good news. Let's have more people come online and share their progressive thoughts, so that from there many people can pick advice. I can pick some kind of content. We may think we are just talking to the air. No, those people that are creative, they go to some funny places to pick information. Before you know, you start seeing some kind of a global invention. They pick information from unlikely sources. we never know. This forum can even be one of the major things that we prepare, that prepare development in Nigeria, that we even give idea to some people how they behave whenever they get to power. So I plea to us, let us stumble up, and as we are approaching 2023, let us have our major strategy and our backup. So tell your people, don't let politicians deceive them. Tell them that they should take their destiny to the palm of their hands. Otherwise, they will be in for another long walk. So I don't have more than that to say this evening. Good day wherever you are. Hope to see you tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Ola. So from Ola, we go on to X0. X0, your words.
I would like to first of all thank every participant today, from Ajale Koko, Ola, Thomas. Was it Thomas that just finished speaking now? Vin, Ejiro, Tony, DOG, and Soli, and Mr. Mike.
It's not Thomas that just finished. It's Ola.
Oh, it's Ola. Oh, it sounds like Thomas. Sounds so much like Thomas. Okay, some of the people here.
All black people sound alike to you, don't they? All black people sound alike. Look at that.
But one man, I must also commend you. Some of the people here, me and them started on the wrong footing. I remember the day that Ajale Koko almost finished my career here, and the day that Mike almost, sent me into the gulag with his methods. But today we are relating. I'm beginning to enjoy their conversations, and patience is key for this thing we are doing. But I would like to urge you, one man, to please let this your platform. This your platform is wonderful, has come to stay. Please always let it drive at uniting us towards one goal. Because if we don't, we will not only lose 2023, because we are already losing it. We are losing 2027. What's the next 4 years? In fact, anybody who's coming in now is staying for 8 years. So we are losing 8 years of our career or our lives. Let it unite, because I'm so sad that NNAMDI KANU is in jail. Igbo is locked up. Up to today, Yoruba and Igbo are not yet united. That means we're not ready. The Hausas came out the other day to complain. Still, there's nobody to even stretch a hand and say, okay, come, this is the platform where Igbos, Yorubas, Middle Belt, and Niger Delta are uniting to form a coalition for the people. Nothing as we speak right now. I don't know what NINAS is doing. I don't know what the IPOB are doing. I don't know why these people refuse to see eye to eye. So please let your platform, at the end of the day, be a point where we all unite and say, okay, we know we have our differences, but this is what we can do to be able to extend that olive branch to everybody to say, okay, this is what is uniting us together. This is where we are going to stand. Thank you very much once again.
Just on what you are saying, I don't necessarily drive, and hopefully I don't come across as though I drive an agenda with the only thing that I'm pushing for, that I can take, that I'm pushing for, is for the betterment of the average Nigerian who has been put upon for so long, just unjustifiably and cruelly and inhumanely. So that's the only thing I'm pushing for. So I'm not pushing for division. I'm not pushing for unity. I'm just pushing for, because what we have in Nigeria is just almost, it defies everything. We have fantastically brilliant people. We have the most fertile soil on the planet, and underneath that soil, the greatest wealth known to mankind. So how can all of that be, and we be as we are? You cannot, your brain cannot calibrate it. And we know what the problem is, and we know what the solution is, but to marry the two, we've been going at it for 70 years, and we have not really moved an inch.
It's because people rather come and complain than do something, that's why.
I'm not necessarily, so I'm not necessarily pushing any agenda, but anything for the betterment of the average man. And that average man is Mukhtar, is Okechukwu, is Bayo, and whoever else is in between. So it's just for the betterment of the. I would like a situation where I'm able to drive from Lagos all the way to Jos. Maybe I get into my car like at 10 p.m. and decide to drive to Jos to go and visit my friend, confident in the knowledge that the only danger I face is not to fall asleep at the wheels. So I don't see why that should not be, and why that should be is that's my only agenda. So nothing outside of that, but anything that just for the betterment of the people. That's just my own interest. Yeah.
It's great. Thank you for putting on this platform. I'm very grateful.
All right, brilliant. So thank you. I think we've lost Ajanle Koko. So we go on to D, and then we'll have our mic round things off. So D, to you.
I don't think he knows that it's muted,
DOG, you see, it's that hotel lifestyle, isn't it? D, look at that. What D? You see, he says he doesn't drink, and you see, he's just falling asleep at the wheels. Did I mute him? I didn't mute him. And there we are. We don't have D anymore. So that's it. So it's then down to you then, Mike, to round things off for us. So Mike, ladies and gentlemen.
See, I'm glad you mentioned that in Africa we have the most fertile soil. We have all the resources. We have everything it takes to take off. The question is, why are they not? The root of it is just the mentality of the people. That's what it is. And whenever I see Nigerians have conversation, I always remind me of when I hang with some Black Americans, right? And I have conversation with them. They will sit around and say, the president didn't give us what did Obama do for Black people? What has this one done for Black people? This president, let's go for this one. Democrat, Republican. Then when I look at their white counterpart, those one don't even discuss. They don't even talk about presidency, or they don't talk politics. They are actually building franchises. They're busy starting businesses and expanding, building franchises and moving things, looking for resources, whatever. So I say, come on. I begin to notice, is it a Black man's thing? Like, we just like to sit back and complain and find someone to blame for our conditions, and we don't do nothing. He just described it. He said in the soil there, we have the most fertile soil where it can grow for year round. And then when I look at whenever foreigners, other races come to Africa, the first thing they do, and I'm sure one might have seen story of Chinese people going into places in Oshun and all these places trying to dig out resources. Even in Rwanda, as soon as they get to those places, start going there because they already know that these Africans, they have things, you understand? Whereas you wonder, like, okay, if these Chinese people know that there's something in that soil there, how come these locals have been living there poor? They didn't know something is there. And this soil is so fertile. How come these Africans are not taking use of it? And when you look at Zimbabwe, you look at South Africa, 90% of the farmers are the white South Africans. And these farmers, they're pretty much the one feeding Europe. And they don't look to government for anything. They already know what they want. They know that these Africans, that they're so blessed. In Nigeria, that's why this morning, whenever you look at this thing, you tell Nigerians, the first thing you do is insult you, When you see Nigerians saying, the president is only growing small rice. He should be growing the whole rice. So he should be exporting. Right now, he should be exporting 30,000 rice. And you're in Nigeria, why don't you go and grow the rice yourself? And then when you tell them, they'll start insulting you. They say, you're an idiot. They don't want to hear truth. It's the same thing with my Black American brothers. When I tell them, I say, listen, why you guys are sitting here in your neighborhood drinking beer, smoking marijuana? Look around you. Look at the Chinese kids there. Look at them. Look at what they're doing. They're spending time in libraries, reading, trying to strategize, building their life. Even your fellow Black immigrants, they come here, they go to school, they do things for themselves. They don't wait for government to come and do things for them. And that's the same thing in Africa. We just following leaders, expecting our leaders to be the one that will change everybody's life. One president is the one that will come in and do things. When you guys can get together in Nigeria, there's no single franchise that I can point at. If you come to America, you'll see McDonald's in almost every few miles. You see Walmart it's one man that owns it, and those are the people employing everybody. You see, when a white man open a business, the moment that business succeed, he will open another branch. You open more branch. Next thing you find out that one man owns 3,000 branches of business. One particular business, a franchise, and he's one employing so many people. Even after making billions, they'll still insist to make sure that business stays alive because of the people, not because they need more money, but they want to make sure people are employed, communities are employed. The way they think, the Europeans, white people and Asian, they think more community. Like, if I want to succeed, my success should be for the benefit of the community, not for my own pocket. But in Nigeria, once a man becomes a millionaire, the first thing we do is marry more wives. You find almost every millionaire in Nigeria has at least 13 wives or 10, and 30 kids, 40 kids. Look at Abiola, almost 70 children. Almost by the time the money, by second generation, the money is gone. You use that wealth to even create poverty. So we have so many mental issues that we need to start talking about rather than sitting around just keep complaining about the same thing. Like I said before, you keep doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. That's insanity. Since I was a child, it's the same thing my father's and them is saying. Oh, the president. Babangida said this one. Oh, Abacha came in the same topic. Obasanjo came in the same thing. Jonathan came in the same thing. Now Buhari. Now the next one, even if Sowore become president, we'll still swear give him because we are sitting down waiting for Sowore to come and change our lives. Our problem is we need to start looking inward, looking to the population. Like, what the hell? All of you are start using your brain and coming together and start thinking. How can you change your community by yourself? It's not a president that will come and change everything. Even the banditry, the insecurity issue we have, communities can even come together to figure, hey, what the heck? This is our community, man. We should be the ones strategizing how we can secure our own community. But they're not doing that. To me, the strategy to eliminate banditry is the cooperation between the good men of every community and the army and the government. Because the good men of the community can protect their communities. All they have to do is strategize how to protect their community and approach government like, listen, okay, this is what we need. This is the strategy. Let's work together. And this is a solution to protect this. So the people themselves start coming up with solutions, man. Stop waiting for government for everything, man. And Nigerians need to stop being emotional. When people are telling them something that they don't agree with, you start insulting the person. If you don't go and do your research, something I may be telling you right now may not make sense to you. Maybe years later, you will actually find out that, oh, what Mike said actually makes sense. But Nigerians are so fond of when you say something they don't understand, they will begin to insult you. Like, these guys are idiots. And I've seen people that had conversation with 5 years ago. Today they come in and say, Mike, that's what you tell me, your boy. I just find out to say, more than nonsense. So, but back then it was insulting me, But one man, thank you, Sha. Thank you for the show, But me, I don't say, me, I always speak my mind, I don't say how anybody feel, man. I speak a lot of truth.
All right. Well, you speak your mind now because you do extensive research, don't you, Mike? You do.
I won't tell you something I'm not sure about.
Yeah,
and when I'm telling people, see,
you do.
It's true, man. It's true. I won't tell you what I don't know. I won't tell you what I don't know. That's the thing about me. I'm not one of those IPOB people that will just make up shit. They'll put information and just say it. They will just say something because it fits the conversation. You have expand their points, and it's unfactual, And when I come here to tell you guys that, listen, we need to start doing more, basing our knowledge on real fact, like factual something has been investigated, not just hearing something and just pushing it. And when I'm pushing that question of is it Fulani people that's doing it, some people are taking it as if I'm supporting Fulani or I'm backing Fulani, but there's a big picture that I'm looking, because I'm thinking that it could be a different force that are actually doing this. And if we don't start to question that, to actually get to the bottom of what is actually going on, it may become worse and even more terrible. But if we just stick to, it is Fulani, and there's someone like me, I'm like, okay, I haven't seen the complete investigation done that's been shown, that's actually presented any complete fact to me that, okay, it's just this Fulani tribe, they are coming together trying to kill everybody. Or, we haven't. Then when I ask that question, people start insulting me, That's the problem with black. I don't get it, man. I don't understand, But thank you, Shawan, man.
All right, thank you, Mike. So that is Mike. He does extensive research. So I do a little bit of research, but probably not as extensive as Mike. And my research has led me to the conclusion that the session has now come to an end. But the conversation doesn't stop there. It carries on in the comment section where I pop in to interact. So I'll leave it here, carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.